toàn thể các anh chị và chào mừng quý anh chị đã quay trở lại với sự kiện GM Việt Nam, Việt Nam Blockchain Week. Welcome back to GM Việt Nam Blockchain Week. Và ngay sau đây, chúng ta sẽ cùng đến với phiên thảo luận đầu tiên trong buổi chiều ngày hôm nay với chủ đề Venture Capitals, the initial driving forces for crypto ecosystems, sẽ cung cấp cho chúng ta sự hiểu biết toàn diện về hoạt động của các quỹ đầu tư nổi tiếng trong ngành và làm sáng tỏ tầm nhìn cũng như chiến lược của họ trong chu kỳ mới. Please welcome to the stage Miss Sierra Sun, founder and managing partner of C-Squares Ventures. Mr. Chong Chin Feng, CJ, head of APAC, EMEA Sales at GSR. Mr. Peter, co-CIO at Wampa Digital, ex-executive director at Binance Labs. Mr. Bảo Lê, partner at Kyber Ventures. Ms. Che Võ, principal Archie Fund. And our moderator, Mr. Benji Huynh, head of business development at Kairos Ventures. Xin trân trọng kính mời các diễn giả và chủ tọa cùng mang đến những chia sẻ hấp dẫn cho các quý vị của chúng ta ngày hôm nay. Xin cảm ơn.
Hey guys, welcome to the panel. I have the pleasure of sitting here with some of the best VCs in the space at the moment, driving the space forward in Asia and not only Asia but Vietnam as well. I'll just get you guys to introduce yourself one by one if that's okay.
Hello guys, I'm Che Võ, principal at Archie Fund, previously known as Coin-ID Ventures. So we just decided to rebrand Coin-ID Ventures to Archie Fund to serve a bigger scope at our firm and doing some initiative to help builders faster and more efficiently. So in the past 3 years in the market, we have been supporting multiple founders using our expertise, knowledge, and resources we have when we build our own products at Coin-ID, serving more than 6 million users around the globe. So we believe that all of those experience can definitely really helpful for founders building in this Web3 space. So it's an honor of me today to have this chance sitting on the stage and sharing about building in Web3 and venture capital with you guys.
Hi everyone, my honor to be here today. I'm Bao from Kyber Ventures. So we are the investment arm of Kyber Network, the Kyber Group. So Kyber Swap is like one of the very first exchange in the world. So and after that, Lloyd, our founder, he started to support other Web3 founders to like build their project and also ship it to their customer. So we supported Uniswap and 1inch. Like now they're far ahead. So and then we call them now frenemies. Very happy to be here and share our experience in running Web3 business and also how we support the Web3 founders to build Web3 world together.
Hi everyone, my name is Peter. I'm not a professional chicken dance dancer. So currently I manage this crypto VC fund called Wampa Digital, which is the crypto VC fund of a Singapore family office, Wampa Group. Previously I was with Binance Labs, also doing crypto VC. So today I'm pretty excited to share the perspective from my VC and contribute to this panel.
Hi everyone, my name is CJ. I run the sales team for APAC and EMEA at GSR. GSR is probably the oldest market maker within the altcoin space and digital asset space. Alongside that, in the recent years, we've also established on the more VC side of things, as we felt it was necessary to help grow ecosystems across the board. Once again, thank you very much for having me here today. A bit about background. I come from a more traditional background, with a career spanning the trading floors at Morgan Stanley, as well as on the private wealth side at Morgan Stanley in Nomura. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Sierra, founder and managing partner of C-Square Ventures. Similar to CJ, I came from a traditional finance background, doing management consulting with BCG in New York in financial services sector before joining crypto, and joined crypto full-time in 2017. And prior to founding C-Square Ventures, I ran listing and investment at Huobi. I also built out a global markets team and institutional team. and started C Square Ventures actually pretty recently last year. Raised 100 million from top LPs like GSR and Google and Polygon, etc., and been deploying in crypto very actively, and very happy to be here and support our local portfolio company here, Asian8. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Thanks for being here. I think we'll start off with one thing at the moment in the market is that a lot of people saying that it's quite hard to raise. How do you feel about that? Like, what are you guys looking for at the moment in projects?
I can start. Well, it's definitely a little bit harder to raise than, I'd say, like the crazy bull market compared to 2021. But I think the valuation overall came down to a more reasonable amount. And definitely, fewer deals, but I think the bear market washed out a lot of the scammers and not, long-term builders in the market. It's actually better for us to invest because now we have a little bit longer time to run proper due diligence and can be more, centralized of our resource to support our top portfolios and do a lot of portfolio support work. And we're looking for teams with good background and resilient and understand treasury management who can survive in bear market. And also, I think the ability to generate positive cash flow in this market is very important, as well as the understanding of regulatory space and compliance, as that's the foundation of I think, build in the space. And I think more importantly, understand crypto design, cryptonomics, and community is the key for building a successful Web3 project as well.
Just to emphasize, right, there is still money in the space. There are still VCs who are sitting on bags of cash waiting to deploy. The way we deploy now, though, is almost like what you see in a high street business. What is the problem statement you are trying to solve? And now we are at an age and a day where finally we can sit back and say, the solution that you have, is it a solution for a problem that unfortunately you had in your mind? Or is it a solution to a real problem that is going to have real adoption and real users? And I think that's the direction a lot of the VCs are taking. And along that path, a lot of VCs, I think, have woken up to the fact that we're no longer in an environment where you can just throw money at a project. There needs to be this concept of incubation, this concept of working with these projects as they go on their life cycle. Because the minute you've raised money from a VC, well, that's only the beginning of your journey. And that journey can take months or even years. And you need the right partners to do it.
Yeah, and just to, I want to echo the point that, so market cycle always happens, right? We've seen this at least 3 big cycles in crypto in the past, since 2009. And then the fundraising difficulty and the fund's activity obviously fluctuate with the cycle, right? So this point is already well made by our 2 friends here. And then just want to make 2 other points. One point is about the criteria for VCs to assess deals still remain the same, regardless which stage of the market we're in. And then our framework is really, there are 3 things that really matter. And in terms of priority would be team, market segment, and then product/traction. Right? So, and then this priority is important because we're investing in early stage projects in an early stage industry, right? So obviously the background and skill set of the team matters more, and then they can always pivot, to different market segment or to different product. So teams is always still the most important thing. And second would be which market segment the team decides to focus on, right? And then because we know, a rising tide lifts all boats. So if a segment does well, most likely many players in this early stage market will also perform well, right? And the third point is the product, right? So what's the pain point that product strives to address? This is also very important. So these 3 criteria, they stay the same in a bull or during a bull market. So that's point number 1. And then point number 2 is that I think, maybe more relevant in a bear market is that for founders, maybe treasury management as well as operational security becomes even more important, right? Because now the funds that you have, they're even more precious than during bull market. So that's why managing well your wallets, managing well your cash burn, those become even more crucial during bear markets. But overall, I'd say, for a VC, we tend to be market agnostic, and then our behaviors stay the same regardless where we are.
I totally agree with the point raised by others like panelists. However, this morning I have a debate with also a GP of the fund to see whether the product market fit is more important or the innovation is more important. Because in the previous cycle in 2012, 2016, 2017, and 2020 or 2021, there are always new things coming to the market. So in 2012 and 2013 is color coined. In 2016, 17 is ICO. 2020 is about DeFi, and 2021 NFC and GameFi. So at those bulls market, there always be new things coming in, new assets to be traded. So whether market fit, whether innovation is more important, I think it's both very important. So I know Axie team since 2018. At that time, no one believed in them. They said that, okay, games on blockchain not going to work. But it turns out in 2021, it's created a great hype. And then at Kyber Ventures, we are learning it. So we are trying to balance between product market fit, innovation, and like new ideas. Because we think that crypto is still something very, very new. It's from 2009. AI started in early 1960. Now, after 60 years, and it's created, so it started having traction. Crypto is something very new, and we can create a lot more innovative product there. And I really believe that people here and all over the world will create something like totally new for meaningful for the users and attract a lot of attention and investment from not only VCs but also others investors in the market.
I think I believe with everything that our panelists and friends share with you, and they almost cover almost anything. I just want to emphasize a little bit. Like for early stage venture capitalists, the most important thing always is about a team. Like we usually at Archifund and Coinite Ventures looking into the mentality of the founders. If they have enough innovation to work through every hard time of the market. It's a volatile market, and everything can happen tomorrow or maybe now. Everything can happen. So it's need a lot of resilience and high motivation of them to go through all of that. And are they a long-term builders, want to stick around and build something sustainable for the space? Do they have enough execution ability to bring the product to the market? Or can gathering the team, raise fund from the VCs? Those are the things that we're looking into, and the first and the most important thing about the team. And the second thing I want to share is, I think quite the same about what CJ also shared is about the idea and market segment. I want to emphasize a little bit because we think that there's a lot of ideas out there, but when we're looking into a pitch deck or new innovation ideas, we try to project and envision that idea in the future, which means that we're trying to imagine if that ideas plays out, is this will it open up a new market, or it can create a big impact to the whole space? I can give an example like Stepan. We know that is have a not sustainable tokenomic models, but it's totally opened up a new market for NFT. It can bring millions of Web2 users to Web3, and it can also open up new opportunities for healthcare, kind of consumer-facing application, or lifestyle, stuff like that. Is bring really big impact to the space. So yeah, that two main things that we're looking into when evaluate projects. But there's one last thing I want to share is about community. Because in Web3, is about open source, is about interoperability, and everyone can freely changing between apps. So if you can truly make someone love your product and stick with your product, become from a user to be your fan, and finally become a community members of your product, is gonna be a huge moat for your team. And yeah, it's unbeatable.
Awesome, awesome. Thanks for the answer. I just want to come back to CJ. I think you mentioned something about an incubator model. Like, do you feel that VCs at the moment are, I think, thinking about filtering through all the projects and all the ideas and innovation like in the space with a different model to create that filter? Yeah, what are your thoughts there?
So I think while crypto has grown up over the last 2-3 years significantly, so has the VC space. In 2020, 2021, a lot of VCs were, for lack of a better term, just literally throwing money at the wall. And the reason why was whatever they touched turned to gold. That was the mentality then. What they realized, though, is a lot of the projects at those valuations back then that they invested in, well, today a large part of them, and unfortunately a lot of them, are no longer viable solutions. And the reason why is the nature of this industry. So a lot of VCs that we talk to, and as a market maker, we actually speak to most of the VCs on the street to get an understanding. A lot of them have actually switched models. And it's now about who can they truly help and incubate. And I'll give you an example. Let's say you have a project in Vietnam, which Vietnam is probably going to be one of the hotter markets for this year. But you have a project here that wants to go international because it's too local. Then the nature of the VC that they partner with, what resources can a VC bring to the table to help them grow, to make that project international in nature? That's what we're seeing a lot more of. And a lot more VCs we are seeing, I mean, Sierra mentioned it as well, the way they look at projects is projects that we can help. And that's what we want, because the truth of the matter is this: we don't claim to be experts in everything. We have certain niche, certain areas that we have a better understanding of, certain geographical nexus that we understand better, and based on that, we're able to help these projects flourish to achieve what they want to do. So incubation, I think, is going to be very strong. And the interesting thing is, this is nothing new. In the traditional world, you have the concept of Y Combinators, for instance. And it's very important because large firms like your Googles, like your Amazons, for instance, realize that, yes, giving money to a project is the first step. But it's the same concept of if you give an 8-year-old kid $50,000, they don't know what to do with it. And that's where you have to be that adult voice to say, okay, these are the steps, these are the stacks you need to succeed, and these are the introductions I can make to help you get there.
Yeah, does anyone else have anything to add there?
Okay, yeah, just a quick comment to add on incubation. I think incubation makes sense because it highlights the different strengths of VC and the founder, right? So founders, they normally, coming from an industry background, or they come from a specific technical background. So they really, they're good at either building a product or they know a specific market segment really well, right? And then they're obviously closer to the daily intricacy of operations and managing a team. But as compared to VCs and also maybe to market makers, because we talk to many different projects on a daily basis, and then we're closer to the macro trends, meaning, for example, the overall performance of the crypto asset class, the different performance of different market segments. So in this way, we have a better insights into what specific drivers are happening, and then with those knowledge, we can share those with our founders, and then maybe help them pivot, or help them, or give them specific advices about how to make their projects better. So I think incubation is definitely something that makes sense, and I think most VCs are very, are contributing in this aspect. And yeah.
I totally agree. So we don't really say incubation, but say like a lot of advisory work that we've been doing for our portfolio companies. I think it comes down to four points. So I think it's very important to help them do business development and select the best partners to work with in crypto, as we've been in the space for almost 6 years now. So we worked with a lot of people, and with exchange background, we pretty much worked with all of the different sectors of partners in the past. That's something we can help. And then the second point is in detailed token operations. So just to Peter's point, how to design a token, how to access to better liquidity for a token, how to guide them through exchange listings, and also work with the best and most suitable market makers in the space is very, very important. And also how to build a localized crypto community, as go to market for your product and go to market for your token can be two separate things. So that's something we can guide them through as well. And then also hiring people, I think, is very important. We know a lot of successful founders and also like key personnel who worked on past crypto projects, and we can now help them join different kinds of teams according to our portfolio companies' hiring needs. And then I think last but not least is being able to pivot very fast in this market is very important. So example would be, it comes down back to Asian Aid as a project we co-lead. So we have a weekly call with them, and they started actually as one of the biggest guild, and they are the biggest guild in Vietnam. They had almost 4,000 scholars to start it with, but as we all knew that guilds design and the whole tokenomics is not very sustainable, and they've been working on pivoting, and now they're pivot very successfully into the largest gaming infrastructure in the space. So I think that's also some value-adding services that all of the VCs and partners that we can do for the portfolio companies.
Awesome. Do you guys have anything to add to the incubation?
Yeah, I think that we don't call what we do at Coin Ventures or Archifund incubation, but what we treat them is quite similar to it, because when we invest in any projects, we want to truly add something to the table, not just capital. So at Archifund, we usually have the projects. When we invest, we have them to refine the ideas and help them to work with the partner, and which means partners here is like top tier VCs on the global side, or top tier exchange to have them get the exposure from global audience, or kind of projects that they can collaborate on the product on. So I think that it's quite hands-on and very specific. Like what Sierra also shared about the case, she works with Ancient Aid, Con Weekly, and help them to work on pivoting. And we also do it with the projects that we invest at Archifund, like Summoner Arena or Guildfight, even Ancient Aid, Aura Network, and share with them like the building experience, what we have been doing and truly done with Coin ID to them. Yeah.
Awesome. Bao, do you have anything to add there?
Yeah, like beside the point of at the panelists mentions, so I think joining an incubation or accelerator will like help you to reduce a lot of time on development and also business development, because Web3 is like it's a global game by nature, so you need to ship the product to the market as soon as possible, and not repeat the same mistake that other people have made. I think that two things are very valuable for a new founders. Yeah.
Awesome. I think we're running a little bit low on time, so maybe we'll just do a round of just one piece of advice or a couple of pieces of advice for the Vietnamese builders out there at the moment. Like, what would you guys be looking for? Like, what's an ideal scenario over the next 5 or so years of a really significantly good project to come out of Vietnam?
So I guess I'll start. I think you put it very succinctly, right? Coming out of Vietnam. I think we need to understand that what Web3 is compared to the concept of Web2 is it's global. Decentralized, global, and it involves a global community. It's not just Vietnam, to be fair. You see this sort of problem with projects in Japan, in Korea, and actually Asia has this problem a lot more than the Western world. The reason why is a project out of the US, for instance, they're pretty international as it stands. They're very used to that culture. But in Asia, we're not. And what tends to happen is builders will make the mistake of being very localized, which is nothing wrong if you think the local market can support the product you're building. But you need to understand, if you are looking for lack of a better term, world domination, you need to have that ability to go outside, to understand that you need to have a product that can appeal to the masses. And this goes back once again to understanding what was your original problem statement. As Bao said, what type of innovation have you brought in to address this? And is it something that can be applied across the board?
Yeah, I guess let me continue. So I really totally agree with CJ's about the globalization point. But there's something I want to emphasize because if we build in Vietnam, there's really high advantages of us where we have a really strong user base here, and it can be something like a testing environment for your product. But you have to keep in mind that Web3 is global at its nature, so build a product which is closer to the global standard is a must for you. And trying to work with long-term partners from very early days. Like there's something that we always trying to tell our portfolio companies is that your first fundraising round is super, super important because if you can onboard long-term and good investor and backers to your team from very early days, it's going to be a huge leverage for your later stage of growth when they can help you to onboard more backers and partners from global scales to help you to truly serving the global users out there.
Okay, I want to add a little bit more. There is joke about South Asia investment. A best team include Indonesian or Malaysian CEO, Vietnamese CTO, and Singaporean CFO. So, each country has their own strength. However, in Web3, it's required more than that. You can see Kyber and Activity. We have a good combination of Eastern and Western people in the team. The Eastern guys, especially the Vietnamese people. So the cost of development here is pretty low compared to other countries. People are very hardworking, paying the attention to their work and very care about the customer. But to doing marketing, business development, to really understand the user all over the world, we need other elements from other countries. Definitely we need that. And to Kyber Ventures, we really like the team where the Western people and the Eastern people can work together and build something meaningful.
Yeah, okay, I just spent 30 seconds to double click on CJ's point about building something that has mass adoption potential. So I think where we are in crypto is that we have a few proven use cases, for example, DeFi, games, NFT, but then there are many more emerging use cases that we might not even think about yet. For example, social is emerging, but there may be something more. So it's kind of like the early days of internet where emails and online catalog are proven use cases in by 2000s, but then by then online search and then social media wasn't even in people's mind yet, right? So I think from builders and also for VCs, I think we should be open-minded about and also be observant about new user behavior and what new use cases that can emerge.
Advice is for builders, right? I think one of the recent as I say, problems we've been seeing is that when projects go out and raise, they don't quite understand, SAFE, token warrant, SAF, the differences and the things that they should be really thinking about. It all comes down to what value is captured by your equity and then what value is captured by your token. We'd always say that if it's not 100% necessary for you to launch a token, just don't do it. Even work with the equity structure works. But when you launch a token, think very wisely what kind of tokenomics will be you using and what kind of utilities your token have and what capture of the business model will be captured by the token. I think that's very, very important. And then also treasury management, right? Comes down to, control your burn rate, at the same time, being able to hire aggressively as talents right now in Web3 is still very cheap. I don't think it's going to be the same case in 2 years, right? So you still have the privilege to hire really good people as of now when the market is not that good. When you hire in bull market, it's crazy. Everything is crazy expensive. Also, I think how do you do custodian for the money that you raise is very important as well. So that's something like we work with for our portfolio companies and guide them through as well. And then last but not least, just keep on building.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. I think we've actually just run out of time there, but it's been an absolute pleasure to have a chat to you guys, and hope to see you guys at a few side events. And just a round of applause for these guys here, guys.
Thank you so much for your sharing. Please stay on the stage to take a group photo together. Vâng, trước khi đến với phần trình bày tiếp theo, Thủy Tiên có một câu hỏi dành cho tất cả các anh chị trong khán phòng ngày hôm nay. Before we move on to the next speech, I would like to give you a question. Okay. Trong khán phòng của chúng ta ngày hôm nay, có anh chị nào có ít nhất một ví điện tử trên điện thoại, có thể đưa tay cho Tiên thấy được không ạ? Anyone who have at least one digital wallet in your phone? Can you show me? Raise your hand, please. Alo, có ai có nhiều hơn 2 loại ví điện tử trên điện thoại thì có thể đưa tay cho Tiên xem được không ạ? 2 loại ví điện tử ạ? More than 2 digital wallets in your phone. Okay, many of you. Vâng, với sự phát triển của công nghệ thông tin, chúng ta có thể thấy được sự ra đời của rất loại nhiều ví điện tử, đúng không ạ? Tuy nhiên, ví blockchain vẫn đang giữ được một sức hút cũng như đóng một phần rất là quan trọng trong trải nghiệm người dùng, nhất là trong lĩnh vực blockchain. Và ngay sau đây, tiếp đến chúng ta sẽ cùng đến với một chủ đề rất đặc biệt: Blockchain Wallets, the new banking system and democratizing people, qua phần chia sẻ của diễn giả Alex Lewis, Senior Solutions Engineer đến từ Circle. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Alex Lewis, Senior Solutions Engineer from Circle. Please welcome to the stage.
Hello. Hey everybody, how's it going? Good morning Vietnam, or afternoon now. My name is Alex, as you can see over here. Oh, I don't want to block the screen here. I'm from Circle. I actually live in Taipei, Taiwan. And I was actually born and raised in Asia. I was born and raised in Taiwan, moved around a lot, moved to Korea, and then also Beijing when I was a little kid. Went to the school in the States, and I wanted to come back to Asia ever since I went to university in the States. So I came back. I just want to let you know a little bit about myself, so you're not listening to a stranger for the next 18 minutes or so. So what I'm going to talk about today is blockchain wallets, and also what Circle does, right? And how we're actually helping to create new banking systems, as well as democratize access, just basically give more access to more people, to more financial help. So this is our company, Circle. And what we try to do at Circle is to raise global economic prosperity through the frictionless exchange of value, right? That is our motto. That is what we strive for every day. And what that means is, when we're together, when we're working, what we try to do is we try to imagine a world where a financial system is radically more open and more connected than it is today. The other thing that we try to do is try to imagine a world where US dollar transactions are nearly free, frictionless, fast, and just easy to do. Being able to transfer value is not restricted by having a bank account, by where you live geographically, right? You can just send it anywhere you want, right? That's basically the ethos of Web3 and blockchain and crypto, right? We want to break these borders and open the world up. And the last thing we want to do, we imagine a world where there's more opportunities to earn and expand and create meaningful growth for businesses, not just within the traditional avenues, but also in these new innovative ways that we're exploring everybody here today in crypto. So what we've done as Circle is become the sole issuer of USD coin, which I hope everybody has heard of and seen. We also issue Euro coin, right? So it's not just US dollars, but also Euro-backed stable coins as well. And the purpose of a stable coin is to combine the efficiency of blockchain with the stability of a currency in the real world, such as USD and the euro. So the value is pegged always one-to-one to stable currencies like the US dollar and the euro versus a more fluctuating currency like a Bitcoin, Ethereum, so on and so forth, right? And the reason we want to do this is to allow businesses to, and also users, everybody here in this room can also use USDC and EuroC. We want to enable you to store and transact USD and euro-denominated assets worldwide, right? And that's actually a really big help to the crypto ecosystem as well. So blockchains solve really key and important problems, right? It's the cost of associated with receiving money, sending money to and from your family, right? Like I did. I was in the States. I had to send money back home to Taiwan, where I live. Used to pay a lot of money, man. Now I don't have to, which is great. Accountability and security, right? So I have full control over my finances now. I don't have to depend on intermediaries or another financial institution, right? There's also the automation. If you are a developer, you can build in, or you can build a dApp to help, the world with automating some of these financial systems. And also the speed of the transactions. Instead of having to wait 1 or 2 days for my USD to land and settle with my family, I can send it to them right now, maybe on stage, and they can receive it in just a few seconds. So it's these sorts of efficiencies and it's these sorts of benefits, right, that allow us to imagine and try to create new ways of banking and new systems of banking, and also to democratize access, right? So I'll walk through these two things for you guys today right now. So for new banking systems, I want you to take a look at how, let's just take one example, right, just cross-border payments today, right? So if I want to use SWIFT and send money from the United States to Taiwan or Vietnam, wherever the case may be, right? This is kind of how it looks like right now, right? And you'll notice it's a very simple diagram, right? We've reduced the complexity a little bit. We'll go into more details soon, but there's 4 main points that I'd like to point out here. Number 1 is that there's pre-funding or credit maintenance of Nostro accounts required. So if you actually look up SWIFT and how SWIFT works, right, you need a Nostro and a Vostro account. Basically, every single bank or a bank in the world has to have accounts in other banks, right? So a United States bank needs to have an account in a Taiwan bank, and also a Singapore bank, a Vietnamese bank, etc. And then as that bank, I actually have to put money in each of those accounts to make sure that I can actually send funds or be able to do cross-border payments. Either I have to keep money there or I have a credit out, right? So there's just outstanding balance in all of these different banks around the world. And what that means is that the cost of operating these Nostro accounts worldwide is high, and my liquidity is trapped as a bank, right? So it doesn't make a lot of sense, but this is just the best way that we know how to do it right now. And right now, they're getting a little bit better, right? But before it was a batch process, meaning that if I go to the bank 9 a.m., get there early, I know it's going to be a pain, and I'm trying to send some money back to my home, right? It's going to wait until, let's say, 3 o'clock that day for them to batch process mine and everybody else's transactions from that day, right? So it's not like real-time API, what we're used to right now in technology, right? They still batch process these transactions. And there's not a lot of transparency in that whole process either, right? I pay like 30 bucks just to send some money around the world. That's a lot of money. And that's also pretty cheap for a lot of people. If people want to send money from the United States to, let's say, an African country, it can go as high as $90, $100, just to send some money back home. So this is a little bit more of a deep dive into what this entire whole thing is, right? So SWIFT is just a messaging layer, right? There's all this interconnected system of banks, of information flows, of fund flows that sit behind that SWIFT network, right? So if you look at the clearinghouse interbank payment system, right, you can see that It sits in the middle there, and it's managing the flow of money to and from all these different banks. And then nowadays, there's also FedWire, and that's for fund flows, actually moving the money around the world, right? And all of these systems have to work together in an interconnected way. Every single intermediary taking a bit of a fee, taking a bit of a cut, making it a little bit more opaque, making more time to actually send those funds around the world. So if you look at what it could be with blockchain wallets and USDC, we have this same simple diagram, but that's it, right? The bank, let's say United States, wants to send money to Taiwan. All they have to do is send a blockchain transaction. They would probably use USDC, right, as a stable source of value. You don't want to send, let's say, Bitcoin or Ethereum. I send it now, it's $1,000. It gets there as 2,000. What did I just do, right? So we need an actual stable source of value to actually transmit worldwide. And that's it. So the pre-funding of Nostro isn't required anymore, right? It's real-time liquidity being sent around the world. So as a bank, I actually don't have to have all these different bank accounts around the world. I just have my central source of liquidity wherever I am. The next thing is that the cost of operating all those Nostro accounts, right? That's eliminated now, right? So I have more liquidity to go back into whatever other businesses I want to get into. It's real-time payments, right? No intermediaries, right? Which significantly cuts down on the fees that are associated with these cross-border remittances, right? So there's actually full transparency. You get to see the FX from USD to Taiwan dollars, right? And all you're paying in terms of fees really is the blockchain fee. And if you're using blockchain like Polygon or Avalanche or these sorts of blockchains, right, it'll be much lower in cost. So that's the banking system, which is great, right? If you have a bank account, so on and so forth, right? It would be ideal if I can go to my bank, I have a smoother process to actually send funds. But what if I actually don't have a bank account? And actually, a lot of the world still doesn't have a bank account today. Hopefully, this isn't surprising. Everybody should know this. But actually, 1.4 billion adults in the world right now still don't have a bank account. And APAC represents a large portion of the unbanked population and the underserved population in the world. So what's the impact of actually being unbanked? Like, what does that actually mean, right? So actually, it's harder to receive funds and to send funds and to actually keep my funds safe. If I wanted to keep my money safe, where do I go? I can't put it in a bank. Do I leave it at home? What do I do with that money? It can be more costly to do anything with that money as well, right? So if I actually did have to send funds, there are networks where you can go, and I know a guy who knows a guy who knows a guy that can help me get money from myself in the Philippines or in Taiwan over to the United States. But each step of the way, they take a cut. It can be costly, and it can take some time. It's hard to access and participate in financial services, financial help, right? So what if I need a loan? What if something big happened in my life, and I need to take out just a bit of money to make it through the next month or 2 months or 3 months? Right? That's not available for a lot of people in this world today. It can be catastrophic if something happens to them. Is there a way for them to access help or to just access some sort of savings vehicle so they actually can put their little bit of money to work? And it's also a hedge to against currency inflation. So if you're in Venezuela or Argentina or these parts of the world where your local currency goes up and down a lot, right? You know, one day it's $100, the next day it's dropped significantly, right? This happens, you know, in places of the world, and a lot of the time they'd love access to just a stable store of value. So how do blockchains help in this regard, right? So if you have a blockchain wallet, that means it's more easy, or it's easier for you to send funds, to receive funds, and also to keep it safe, right? There's no physical cash that can be taken from you, be burnt in a fire or anything like that, right? All you need is access to your digital wallet. It reduces the cost of actually sending out and receiving funds as well, right? As we kind of talked about in the banking scenario. If you have a banking wallet, it's just the blockchain fees. I can send some funds to some of my friends here today. Access and participation in financial services and or DeFi. So what that means is I can, if I have a little bit of money, I can actually go into Aave or some of the other protocols and dApps that are being built by a lot of people here today and access these financial services that I otherwise wouldn't have access to, right? And that's a very powerful thing. Even if it's a little bit, every little bit helps. It's better than just keeping your money there and it's like depreciating in value. And the last thing is that it's actually easy to hedge against local currency inflation, right? So if you're in Argentina, if you're in Africa, what you want is access to US dollars or euros, right? Just any currency that can withhold the test of time so that when I want to go back to it and use it, right, it hasn't lost half of its value. There is still a problem, though, actually, with wallets. It's getting better, right? I'll get to that. But right now, Web3 wallets can be unintuitive and complex. I think everybody in this room is very comfortable using wallets, right? I have a wallet, you guys have a wallet, that's fine. But I always like to ask, like, would you trust your mom or your grandfather setting up a wallet, sending some funds, getting some ETH, sending some USDC, right? It's really hard for a lot of people, right? They have to onboard and remember a seed phrase, try to find a way to connect their wallet to a DApp or something, right? Actually, like, read a smart contract, what is that? And then if I lose my phone, I get a new one. Where's my seed phrase now? Where did I put it? I may have lost it, right? There's all these different issues and friction points when it comes to Web3 wallets. So a lot of people are trying to solve this problem right now. And we as Circle are doing the same with the beta launch of our programmable wallets product. And what we try to do is simplify that so that my mom, my grandfather, anybody can actually go onto their mobile phone and create a wallet and start using it easily and safely, right? They don't need a seed phrase to put somewhere, write it down. They don't need to connect a wallet anywhere, right? It's just directly on the app that they're trying to use, right? When they do use that, right, they don't need to pay for gas fees or anything like that. It should just work. And if they forget their phone or if they get their password, they can easily access their wallet again through a simple recovery mechanism. If you want to learn more, actually, you can just go onto our website. A little plug there. So what we want to do, and then the next iteration of our Imagine a World scenario, is we want to imagine a world where all of this is accessible from a mobile phone, and you don't need to be a tech whiz or super into Web3 to be able to use it and actually access the benefits that we're all building in Web3 right now. And right now, actually, blockchain and USDC and Web3 wallets are making it easier to move funds. And these are 3 different examples. So there's the remittance example, right? Just being able to reduce the cost of cross-border money transfers and the settlement time. So MoneyGram is doing that today, right? If I'm in the United States and I want to send money back home to my family in the Philippines, I can actually use MoneyGram, and it's quick, it's seamless, and in the background, it's USDC that can be powering that. There's peer-to-peer transfers of crypto as well, right? So we have Cash App, where users can actually transfer cryptocurrencies to each other with a simple Web2 UI. They don't have to worry about any of the complexities that may be there in Web3. And then there's dollarization, right? Which is a real issue, hopefully, as you guys picked up during my talk today. But actually being able to access just US dollars to hedge against inflation, to keep the value that I've generated for myself, right? That's something that Yellow Card is helping people in Africa with, right? They can take the local currencies and access USDC or just US dollars really easy, really quickly. And then if I get this to work, we have one more. So UNHCR is actually a really big use case that we like to talk about a lot. So what happened for the UNHCR and how we helped is that when the Ukraine crisis happened and the Ukraine invasion happened, there were a lot of refugees, and UNHCR wanted to find an easy, safe, and accountable way of delivering actual money and delivering services, delivering goods to the Ukrainian people that were fleeing the country. So what they did is they utilized USDC and MoneyGram to actually send USDC to refugees directly, right? So we can actually have accountability in the funds that were sent and the funds that were received by the refugees, which is not the same, which is not kind of how it works right now. There's a lot of intermediaries, there's a lot of cost associated with delivering aid to those in need. So with USDC and MoneyGram and blockchain wallets, which is the point of this talk, we were able to actually send money directly to the refugees. So when they were able to find a stable place to live, maybe in a bordering country, they could go to any MoneyGram there, and actually take the money out and start living their lives again. As this lady put it, this is a great example of how digital assets can be a force for good, delivering humanitarian assistance to the most vulnerable in need with real speed and accountability of usage of funds. So basically, what we're talking about is an easy way to send funds in real time, at low cost, low friction, and accountability. Thank you very much for your time. I really much appreciate it. And if you want to see anything more about Circle, please take a look at how we're showing up. This is a link to our Asia report. So we are trying to come to Asia, come to APAC, right? I'm based here. We have a headquarters in Singapore now. And if you download this report, you can take a look at how we view Asia as leading the world in Web3 and innovation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis, for your sharing. Please stay at the stage. And welcome Mr. Lại Hồng Phong, Head of Business Developers from Coin 68. Please give him the flowers. Vâng, thưa quý vị, trong phiên thảo luận tiếp theo với chủ đề Crypto Mass Adoption and Regulation, đại diện của các công ty, tổ chức sẽ chia sẻ về tình hình pháp lý cũng như lợi ích của việc triển khai công nghệ blockchain trên phạm vi toàn quốc. Ngoài ra, các diễn giả sẽ giải thích các khu vực màu xám cần làm rõ cũng như các phương pháp bảo vệ người dùng thông thường khi sử dụng các sản phẩm phi tập trung. Và ngay sau đây, xin được mời lên sân khấu our moderator, Miss Phương Nguyễn, Head of Business Development from Novum Group, cũng như các speaker của chúng ta, Mr. Sandy Griff, Founder of Articus, và Mr. Arthur, Founder and CEO of Braca Digital, ex-Senior Vice President from Siam Bank. Xin trân trọng kính mời các diễn giả và chủ tọa lên sân khấu để có thể mang đến những phần chia sẻ hấp dẫn đến với các khách mời của chúng ta. Xin chân thành cảm ơn.
Alright. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us today at GM Vietnam. My name is Phương Nguyễn. I'm the head of business development for Novum Group. We are based in Singapore and with the office in Vietnam and Malaysia. We have been active in blockchain and Web3 space in 2017. We are the creator of Crypto Hero Trading Bot, Super Crypto News Media, and the Hi-Fi Conference. But it's my honor to be the moderator today on the topic about the crypto regulation and mass adoption, a very hot topic lately. But first, let's welcome our two distinguished panelists. Today we have Mr. Sandy from Articus and Mr. Athit from Braca Digital. And we are very lucky to have the panelists with a very strong financial and institutional background. And so today we're going to talk about the legal situations as well as the benefit of implementing blockchain technologies on a national scale. Also the gray area that need clarification as well as a method to protect user when using decentralized products. But before we delve into our discussion, I would like each panelist to briefly introduce yourself, like what brought you into crypto and maybe a few words about your interest in this topic. So let's start with Athit.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for having me. My name is Athit. We are Braca Digital, so we are qualified custodian. We headquarter in Singapore. We also have offices in Thailand, Hong Kong, and also Vietnam. Right. We are fairly new to the market, so we set up the company last year. We just launched our product 2 months ago. We've been talking to a lot of customers, so we support institutional customers like exchange, brokers, asset managers, or family offices. I'm glad I'm in this forum because our business is directly related to the regulatory, and I'm happy to share more about the regulatory framework in the region that just launched lately. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Arthit. Over to you, Sandy.
Hi everyone. First of all, thanks for having me. I'm very happy to be here. Sandy from Atticus. I got into crypto in 2017, trading personally. I was a finance lawyer at the time, and eventually work took me into crypto as well. I was at BitMEX for many years. And now I do Atticus, which is a legal reg and compliance focused consultancy.
Thank you for the very insightful introduction. So now let's start the conversation with the regulatory landscape for blockchain and cryptocurrencies, which remains very complex and vary across different countries. Like recently, we have seen a lot of events happening, such as like the SEC crypto crackdown in US, to seal Binance and Coinbase, two largest cryptocurrency exchanges, or the debate over like if cryptocurrency is securities or commodities, or in Europe we just have the unified crypto regulation for the first time called market in crypto assets, or MiCA, right? So my first question for you guys is what's happening right now in the regulatory landscape, and how Asia countries such as Thailand, Singapore are approaching crypto assets regulation? Maybe, do you want to start first, Arthit?
Yeah, I'll start first. Thank you. It's good that you mentioned what just happened in the US. I think what's really important is, us as an operator, we want a clear regulatory framework to tell us what can do and what cannot be done, right? What happened in the US just wasn't so helpful, I would say. But you rightly say in this market in Southeast Asia, I would have to give the credit to the regulators in Southeast Asia. So you just talk about Thailand. So Thailand has a very clear framework to identify which are security tokens, which are cryptocurrency, and they have the structure of the licensees from exchange, brokers, asset managers, ICO portal, and you have to apply for, you have to choose whether you choose cryptocurrency or STO or both, right? I think that's a very good framework and clear regulatory that, allow you to do what or not allow you to do what, right? I want to also touch about Hong Kong. So I think you probably heard about the latest VATP regime that just launched, right? And that will allow retail trading. I think that's another clear example of, like if you look into the scheme, it's pretty rigid, it's pretty strict, but I have to give the credit to the Hong Kong SFC because that's quite a bold decision to come up with this scheme, right? And it's a good start, I would say. They start with first the trading platform, and I'm hoping that they will continue to launch more license, for example, brokers or custodian or any other players in the ecosystem, right? I'll leave Singapore to you.
Yeah, look, I mean, the global position remains evolving and dynamic. US is a great example that seems to be kind of hiding from progress, if you like. I think what we have seen in Asia is a proliferation of crypto-specific regimes, like Arthit refers to, and I think obviously Thailand, Hong Kong has done a good job of that too, and obviously Singapore. And I think those are the only regimes which are going to be sustainable in the long term. And I think we as an industry should kind of reward thoughtful regulation by choosing which regimes we try and opt into and choosing which regulators we make a special effort to try and cooperate with. And these regimes, they're implemented, it's progress, I would still sound a note of cautious optimism, because there's a lot of work for the regulators and for us to do to kind of work out how these work in practice. But all progress is good, and it will keep coming, right? I mean, just this week, the Monetary Authority of Singapore released further consultations for specific guidelines about custody, which I'll leave Arthur to elaborate on, but also sort of market integrity and trading rules for exchanges and so on. So I guess the other message I'd sound is find the right advisors. I'll plug for my own firm there, but you know, these things are very hard and we can't hide from them anymore.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I think that the crypto regulation in Asia is evolving, and Thailand, Singapore, or Hong Kong are the leading countries in this aspect. So that leads to my next question. What are the current legal challenges or the gray areas in the legal and regulatory landscape that need further clarification for blockchain implementation? Or in other words, what are the primary issues that we, industry players, hope the regulation will solve?
Oh, okay. I have to say, regulatory framework cannot be done in one day, right? And it's not going to be 100% correct right away. I think it's an evolving process, right? And we can't just rely on the regulator. I think it's also our duty to work with the regulator. Before I just came here, I attended a forum in Thailand, and the regulator was part of the forum. And they happily admitted that, you know, they are the ones holding the rule, but they're not the one having the best knowledge of the industry, right? So they actually rely on us, like us all, as a part of the industry. So I believe it's the responsibility of us to actually help the regulator develop the regulatory framework. So to answer your question, I think there are still some gray area, but it's an evolving process, and it's a work process that has to be involved both regulator and ourselves as industry players.
Yeah, I think that's a really, really good, really important point. We all know here the industry suffered quite a lot of reputational harm, particularly in the eyes of people outside of the industry in the last year or two, and we have damage control and repair to do, and the key to that is to opting in and behaving responsibly where these opportunities present themselves. I mean, in terms of the kind of core question of where are the uncertainties, I think that depends a bit which jurisdiction we're talking about. From the US at one end of the spectrum where no one really has any idea what's going on, it's a pretty unfriendly context. And the challenge for that, for those of us who aren't in the US, is how do we make sure we don't end up there? Because they are by far the most aggressive extraterritorial regulators. You have other regimes where you have this kind of hybrid, well, we're looking at crypto, but still sort of treating it as if it might be a security. Those come with their own uncertainties because those provisions don't tend to be drafted with crypto in mind, and it's very uncertain how you're going to work with that. And then where we look at the kind of the more advanced, if you like, regimes, where they have a very specific set of rules clearly tailored for crypto, there I think the uncertainties are more about how those are going to evolve in practice. As Arthur is saying, it's still going to be a dialogue, it's still to and fro. SFC, MAS have done a great job of building out these regimes, but they still have a lot of learning to do, and I guess we need to help them.
Thank you. So another aspect I want to discuss about, like we all know that blockchain projects require cross-border collaboration and global reach. So I think Rakka Digital is a leading custodian, digital assets custodian, and you guys operate in multiple countries, Thailand, Singapore, and Hong Kong. And I know you're gonna open a new office in Ho Chi Minh City, right? So I have a question for you. How do you navigate the complexities of operating in multiple jurisdictions and dealing with varying legal and regulatory frameworks?
Yep, very good question, very good question. So we when we set up the company, we were aware of this, right? And we set up the company global from day one. And obviously, every jurisdiction has different regulatory framework, right? My background is engineer. I always passionate about building products, right? So I take this to the heart, and we are aware that there's going to be difference in each of the countries. So when we build the product, we actually being very careful of what can be configured, because we know that in Thailand it's going to be different to Singapore, and you have to also consider not just your own jurisdiction. You have to also consider your customer jurisdiction. So making it more complex, but I think it's important and it's very crucial to follow each jurisdiction regulatory framework. So it's almost like being a good boy to the regulator, right? And then it will make your life easier, because otherwise, your life is going to be very miserable. So it's, and shout out to all the builders as well, right? It's very important that you take all these factors into consideration when you build your product. Make it flexible enough, make it adjustable to each of the jurisdiction that you're playing in, right?
Yeah, I'd like to echo some of that. The kind of the key thing for me, because not everything is unique in crypto from a legal and reg standpoint, certainly if you ask a lawyer, but the extreme ease with which you can find yourself with complex multifactorial jurisdiction problems is sort of unique to crypto. And I think the key is to be deliberate about your choices. Make sure you understand which jurisdictions you're most exposed to, and be deliberate about which ones you opt into. Where are your operational bases? Where are your people? Where are your companies? And as an industry, we have a history of perhaps being guilty of burying our heads in the sand and ignoring these problems. But I think that age is past. There is not going to be a utopian world where we can exist entirely outside of geographies and related regulatory regimes. So let's dedicate the resources necessary to think hard about these complex issues.
Thank you. The next question is for Sandy. I know articles you guys provide a consultant service on multi-jurisdictional entity structure for startup, right? And today we have a lot of blockchain startups joining us. So do you have any advices for blockchain project regarding cross-border operation and global reach?
Yeah, great question. And I'm kind of repeating myself a bit, but the key is to be deliberate about your choices, right? To think about which jurisdictions are going to be important for your operational regulatory requirements, your product roadmap. What are the things you're going to do? And while you're in the position to be flexible and adaptive about where you're going to do those things, take a lay of the land, take a survey, work out what are the best locations for doing those things, and work within those parameters. I think, part of what Atticus is there to set up to help with is that these things are very hard to work out without having sort of some experience of working with lawyers. No one likes to talk to lawyers, and it's very hard to work out who you are supposed to talk to, right? So use your networks, find people with some knowledge of crypto and of the kind of traditional legal world, and work with them to try and build this stuff in advance, right? An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure.
Thank you, Sandy. So, regulation and compliance are evolving areas for blockchain projects. So how do you navigate the regulatory landscape and ensure compliance while maintaining the innovation? And are there any regulatory framework for initiatives that you believe are beneficial for the industries? Apit?
Sure. I'll try to make this quick because of the time. But I had a privilege to talk to the regulator, right, back in Thailand. And we say we have to be creative, right? We're living, and our industry is blockchain, it's not traditional finance anymore. First of all, collaborative, we work with the regulator. Second of all, we have to be creative, right? If you look into all the regulatory framework of these countries, cost of compliance and cost of operations is very, very high, right? Let's say for custodian, you would require to either using capital back or buying insurance, in which the insurance premium is very, very expensive. But how about, can we be collaborative and can we be creative in using technology, right? So for example, proof of reserve, right? The assets stay on chain, it's there. You can carry it and, instead of using a heavy capital to back that, but at least we can prove that the asset is still there. Why is it so necessary to have like a very big capital or very big insurance to increase the cost of operation, right? So there's just one example that, I think we should be creative in using technology to resolve the problem and optimize the operation cost and efficiency. Of course, working with the regulators as well.
I think no matter what any of us does in this industry, we are all very, very early, right? And it's perhaps then too early to say if there are any regimes we're seeing pop up that are sort of particularly effective, user-friendly, and facilitative of innovation. But we're definitely seeing the right direction of travel there. You mentioned the markets and crypto assets regulations in the EU. Excellent example of a regime that's not trying to grapple with the question of whether or not everything is a security token, but just to say, okay, we'll have a separate set of rules for tokens generally. We will use existing standards, but we won't treat every coin launch as if it was an IPO that needs to have investment bankers and lawyers or whatever. You can publish your white paper, and we'll start there, and we can evolve the regulations from there. And equally in Dubai, we're seeing the Virtual Assets Regulatory Authority, a virtual assets specific regulatory body, rather than trying to co-opt the old skills into looking at novel problems. So while I can't say kind of which ones will or will not work, I think we're definitely seeing the right direction of travel.
All right. So now we don't have much time left. So let's shift the focus on crypto mass adoption.
Yep.
So we all know that cryptocurrencies must reach mass adoption to unlock their maximum potential as a network technologies and their value as financial assets. So I think what are the obstacles blocking the mass adoption of cryptocurrency right now, and what might be the solution?
I'd like to just go back to our first topic, like regulatory framework. In some jurisdiction it's not so clear, right? And I think it could be a blocker, and we talk a lot about institutional adoption, right? Whenever there's unclear regulatory requirement, there won't be institutional adoption, and therefore cannot be a mass adoption, right? I think another problem is the infrastructure and ecosystem, right? I think if we have the right infrastructure, the right players in the ecosystem, good governance, good control, then we will encourage a lot of players in traditional finance, like they want to step into our Web3 blockchain crypto market. I think if we have that, then it will be a lot of progression from traditional finance to the digital market area.
Great points. Do you want to add some points, Sandy?
Yeah, I mean, just very briefly, I'd repeat that I think the industry has a responsibility to positively embrace jurisdictions that have made kind of frameworks available that let you do what you want to do, and not to hide from regulation, not to spend all of your time and money on celebrity endorsements, and rather focus on kind of solving problems for end users in a way that's actually responsible.
Thank you. I think we are coming towards the end of our panel discussion. So, Athit and Sandy, do you want to share a final thought to our audience, and regarding what's happening in the space right now? What is your advice for us in a quick way, like 1 minute?
Sure. The market is moving really fast. Although you see the regulator is catching up, right? But it's also fast enough already for them, right? So keep building, keep your eyes on the regulatory framework, keep your eyes on the change, right? And being very agile, being able to, swiftly adapt and change in whatever market you want to do the business in.
The clock is flashing red, so I'll just say be deliberate and positive in your choices.
Thank you. Thank you, Sandy and Apit, for an amazing panel. And thank you, everyone, for the attention. I hope you will have a wonderful time at GM Vietnam. So, yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for our beautiful moderator and our knowledgeable speakers. So please, let's take a group photo together. Thank you. Thưa quý vị, sau một giai đoạn phát triển mạnh mẽ, bối cảnh của trò chơi blockchain và metaverse đã trải qua nhiều điều chỉnh đáng kể. Và tiếp sau đây, xin mời quý vị cùng đến với phiên thảo luận có chủ đề The Web3 Gaming and Metaverse Landscape. Trong cuộc thảo luận này, chúng ta sẽ cùng khám phá những thay đổi cần thiết để tối đa hóa giá trị của chuỗi khối và thu hút hiệu quả cơ sở người dùng rộng lớn từ ngành giải trí, bao gồm cả phương tiện truyền thông và các trò chơi điện tử. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Calvin Chu, core contributor at Impossible Finance, Mr. Corey Wilton, CEO at Pegasus Mirai Labs, Mr. Ben Wee, Vice President at Crypto.com Capital, and our moderator, Ms. Joey Huang, Community Manager at Kairos Ventures. Please welcome to the stage. Vâng, xin trân trọng mời các diễn giả cũng như chủ tọa lên sân khấu để chúng ta có thể mang đến những phần chia sẻ hấp dẫn cho các quý vị đang có mặt trong buổi tối ngày hôm nay ạ. Vâng, Thủy Tiên xin được mời lại Mr. Calvin Chu, core contributor at Impossible Finance, Mr. Corey Wilton, CEO at Pegasus and Mirai Labs. Vâng, chắc là các speaker của chúng ta đang trên đường di chuyển vào trong hội trường. Please welcome to the stage.
So hello everyone, good afternoon. Welcome to our panel discussion, and thank you our panelists for joining our panel today. So in today's panel we'll be delving into the NFT gaming and metaverse landscape. And in NFT gaming and web metaverse was pretty hot topic in Vietnam. So before starting the panel, I'd like to ask our audience today. So if you are holding one gaming NFT or one gaming NFT token or have heard of Web3 gaming, please raise your hand. So yeah, I think that we have gathered an exclusive group of Web3 gaming experts here today. But for those who haven't heard of Web3 gaming, I think that our panelists today would provide you a lot of good insight. So to shed a light on this cutting-edge topic, we have invited our esteemed guests today, joining our panel discussion, and they are in the forefront of this evolving landscape. So before starting, I would like to introduce Ben from Crypto.com Capital. Next we have Corey. He's the CEO of Pegasus and Mirai Labs, and last but not least we have Calvin from Impossible Finance. So without further ado, let's delve into the exciting world of Web3 gaming and metaverse. So for the first question, I think it's for you, Corey. Since you are building games, and I think, what are the key development and adjustment that have occurred in the landscape of blockchain gaming, and how they are shaping the current state of the industry?
Firstly, sorry for being a little bit late, guys. I apologize. So from our perspective, I think a lot's changed. That's for sure. We all know that. And in short, our thesis has definitely shifted towards something of speculation over what the original thesis was of play to earn. Primarily, I think the main discovery from the previous cycle would have been that there is some sort of motivator in a user, or you're able to change their motivations to make retention higher, make their spending higher. However, the previous system just simply did not work. I can guarantee that from personal experience. But we're hoping, obviously, that the discoveries from that, the lessons from that, will result in a far superior gaming experience, one that will obviously become very profitable for a studio as well, but enable the users to have much more unique experiences. And we think that'll be around some form of speculation, but that absolutely does still involve building a good game.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think it's similar with DeFi, right? At the beginning, you have one token, you farm another one. And then right now, DeFi is more mature. So I think the same thing would be happening with GameFi as well. So Ben, from your point of view, from VC point of view, with what kind of adjustments and development have been occurred, and what steps should GameFi be taken to realize the full potential of gaming?
Yeah, I think some of the recent developments are things like abstracting the complexity of being able to use the blockchain, right? So for example, when you were playing blockchain games like a Cyborg, for example, you had to basically interact with MetaMask, you had to basically buy NFTs, you had to get BUSD, buy the NFT, then start kind of making your characters go for questing, right? So inherently that's a very, very complicated experience on its own. So some of the innovation that I think in the gaming space is happening is the fact that people are trying to abstract away the blockchain layer to make it a lot easier for people to basically play games more easily. Yeah. At the same time, I think another innovation is also the fact that in the past, a lot of these chains used to be on lower TPS and lower throughput chains, like ETH R1. So going forward, there are gaming-focused chains that try to create a better gaming experience with higher TPS to kind of allow you to do things like on-chain gaming, fully on-chain games going forward. Yeah. So those are some of the innovations that I think are going to be a bit more interesting in the coming cycle as bigger IPs with higher user bases start coming into the gaming space.
Yeah. So, those are the word from, VC perspective, guys. So I think you should take a note. I think that he did mention about some, future, let's say, trend that would happen. So let's take a note. I think the next question, I think there are a lot of people who have been invested in Web3 that would be interested in, and I would love to get the opinion from three of you, because you're Kelvin, you're from VC, and then from builder side, Corey, and you are from from VC perspective. So I think you would probably have different opinions on this. So with the integration of NFT, virtual asset, and virtual economy, how can blockchain gaming and metaverse create sustainable value for both player and content creator? So Kevin, can you please start with you?
Yeah, maybe just to correct a bit, I think I'm somewhere in between both of them, because as a launchpad and incubator, we obviously have a lot of portfolio of people like you building a lot of infrastructure for the game sector. And then we also have to liaise with folks like that on the capital side. And I think that going back to what you asked, Zoe, a lot of the things that we realized that the users in maybe bull or bear markets, they maybe were in it for different reasons, as kind of Corey mentioned. And I think that in order to be able to be honest with ourselves in the technologies that we build, as well as the kind of consumers that we serve, as a launchpad, we do have to listen to the retail users' voices, not just maybe private LPs or other folks that, whose money we invest, right? Because we are actually serving the end user. So I think it's a very interesting problem to see an aggregated user's perspective when you have to answer to the needs of all the builders all the time and all the users all the time. So I think it's always not easy to balance, even in bull or bear markets. But I think when we work through these bear market times, we also get to see a lot of very interesting builders figure out new solutions. Like Corey, for example, you mentioned just earlier in the prep room, some of the infrastructure and like social sign-in features that touch on exactly what Ben said, some of these frictions that we're not able to give a flow that is very easy for just gamers to jump into Web3, right? So I think that always it's really cool to see teams find some other kind of solutions in these types of market conditions to be able to make sure that they're solving a real need for both other product teams and the users themselves.
Yeah, so how about you, Corey? What do you think?
Can you retouch on the question? Yeah, I apologize.
Sorry. So, like how gaming project would, do to create like a sustainable value for, both game players and also content creator?
Ooh, that's a tough one. I know Cuckoo is here. A lot of you would be familiar with him. He's one of the biggest streamers in Philippines for Web3, and I think he would definitely have a much more superior opinion on what is value for a streamer, absolutely. But I think fundamentally for them, they have the desire for a game that they actually want to play and is entertaining. So I think fundamentally, we can't go past that. And as a studio, a game studio, I think that's our job, primarily beyond that. But when it comes to incentives for a user, again, it kind of retouches on what I was mentioning earlier. We can definitely influence what a user wants while they're playing. For sure, most of the time in free-to-play gaming, for example, it's progression. They want to get better, they want to progress, they want to level up. But at the same time, if you provide opportunities or different experiences, they may get leaned towards something similar to what we experienced back in 2021, 2022, which is the desire to speculate with money. And I think that's something that's really, really important. So I wouldn't say it's like an alignment of incentives. I think more so just finding something that a wide range of people do enjoy. And I'm sure most of us here know that playing with money is a lot of fun, especially when it's a game. So I don't think we will have an issue if we build something that's not shit. Yeah.
How about you, Ben? I think we want to hear from you as well.
Playing with money is only fun when you're making money, but not when
Correct.
you're losing money.
Good
right?
point.
That's right.
I think I echo a lot of Corey's thoughts, right? That the intrinsic motivator for playing the game should not be like monetary incentives, but rather like innate desire to want to play the game. So for example, even people like, I have friends that are my age that still continue to play games like almost every evening, right? Because there's that sense of being able to play with your friends, the fact that the game is fun, right? So I think it's got to move away from like a source of like income replacement to the fact that you actually want to play because it's actually a fun game, right? So I think broadly from a narrative or like kind of focus, right? People have started trying to find more games that are fun, which is why I think like one of the major themes that people are talking about these days is like the onboarding of like mass IPs onto blockchains. For example, we saw like EVE Online, they did like a massive raise with a number of US funds, right? Because that's an IP that works, right? Yeah. And it's IP that people want to play, already have very high DAU. So you could have things eventually like RuneScape on the chain as well, right? And then those are actually games that people want to play. So I think it really goes back to what you should be building games that are fun to play, that people want to play not because of monetary rewards. Because what happens once the monetary rewards end, right? People are just going to stop playing. So it's got to be more, more organic, I would say.
Yeah. I agree. So yeah, I want to touch a little bit deeper on this because obviously, I mean now people are arguing about earning in Web3. Some agree, some would not agree. But obviously, earning was the aspect that bring a lot of people into crypto. So, in your opinion, what do you think we should keep earning in Web3 gaming, or we should like eventually remove it from there? So, Ben, I think you can continue.
I think like because it's like Web3 and there's the element of like fungible tokens, right? There would always be an element of like there would always be some element of speculation because these are like tokens with liquid traded prices, right? So you could end up like, back in the days of like World of Warcraft, people were farming gold and selling gold, right? Especially if they had spare gold. Yeah, exactly. So in the same way, like today, if you had like if you farm a lot of like tokens from playing the game and you have nothing to do with it, it's perfectly fine because these are all like, tokens with traded pools on Uniswap or SushiSwap, right? There would always be some element of speculation, but I think that shouldn't be the main focus of playing the game.
How about you, Kelvin? What do you think?
Yeah, I think, like they said earlier, games have to be fun in order to keep attention. If, like, let's say a user doesn't actually enjoy playing the game, you will always have to do more to motivate them to come and log in, if you will, right? But if you have an experience that people actually want to share with their friends or play competitively, climb a leaderboard, all the things that Corey knows how to set up inside a game, right?
Kinda.
All of these things, they are what I like to call a time on-ramp. They are things that help get users to feel like, well, I've already spent 5 hours playing this game and I still haven't beat it, then I need to spend more time to keep on playing and keep on trying to grind away, right? And I think that that's a type of user behavior that is not actually that easy to just say, oh, money will ever solve. In fact, in a way, sometimes just slapping money on it will get the wrong type of people that is actually the hardest type of people to get into a positive user feedback loop, right? So I think it's always a careful balance. I wouldn't go as extreme as Zoe, your question there, of saying that should it be removed, but rather I don't think that monetary incentives should be the primary incentive for someone to play.
Agree.
It always can be an extra benefit, right?
Yeah.
When I play a game and maybe I get lucky enough to get a Coin 98 or Kairos t-shirt, right? Then it's pretty nice, right?
Yeah.
But I don't want to come to this event and think like I have a KPI today of earning 100 t-shirts from talking to every single booth, right? So it's the same kind of thing. So as long as you can make sure that users are here for the right type of reason because they find enjoyment in the experiences that they get out of spending time here, I think that will be the most valuable thing you can build.
Yeah, I think I completely agree. I mean, game means to be fun, right? I mean, game without the core game element, I think it would not attract like people, like what happened with the GameFi before, right? The previous trend when everybody would just focus almost 100% on making money, then it's just collapse very quickly. So I think there would be, for me, I think the earning is still a good part, and I think we need to have balancer economic, I would say. So delving into deeper into the mass adoption potential of blockchain gaming and metaverse. So Corey, from your point of view, how can blockchain gaming and metaverse address the scalability and usability challenges that may hinder the adoption, and what solutions are currently being explored? I think Ben touched on this in the first question as well.
Yeah, I'm unsure if we have a scalability problem so much. I think ease of scalability may be a small factor, but the reality is if the desire is high enough, someone will go through friction. We saw that already, right? It was not easy to get into Axie or Pegasus at the time. Very difficult. And now we've improved it, but the demand is just simply not there because it's not new anymore. So I think that we're making more small improvements over time, but the reality is we are just not in the times we were previously, and we need to grind harder. We need to put more money into user acquisition, and it's just more difficult. But I don't think there will be so much a scalability issue. It's more so the product and if we're actually building something people want. And I'm sure they will come if we do it right.
Yeah. So, yeah, Kelvin, what do you think about the question?
Could you repeat the question again?
Yeah, sure. So how blockchain gaming and metaverse address the scalability and usability for that may hinder the mass adoption, and what are the current solutions that are being explored?
Yeah, so I think as Corey mentioned, the scalability thing is something that I think you never have an issue of scalability until you have too many people wanting to always go somewhere. So maybe traffic in Ho Chi Minh or other places, right? But you have to build the city first so that everyone wants to come in order to even have that traffic problem, right? But most importantly, I think it's about how are we building things that compound to learn from the lessons that we've built. You know, I think Corey, you touched on some of this as well, with the lessons that you guys learned in the early days of trying to onboard users for PegXC. You actually figured out a lot of the other pain points that other games will have to face when they try to bring these people in, right? Same for Ben, when you see a lot of your portfolio, right? They often run into the same issues of how to make sure that these users are retained in their products, whether GameFi or other sectors, right? I'm sure some of you guys have heard this, but sometimes I think some people don't like the word GameFi itself, maybe not don't like, but rather that people see a lot of the things that were built in the last couple of years of crypto as financial games, not game and financial economies around these games. And obviously, when you have a mismatch of what the expectations are of all the users in this segment, and maybe what is the actual infrastructure that we create, to me, I think one of my most exciting reasons that draw me to a lot of on-chain games is that I think that asset interoperability and assets that are able to be used in all these different games or IPs and so on and so forth, that takes one of the features that we have of on-chain technology to show assets that are freely transferable from other people. Of course, some people might use it for speculation, but for me, I think it's just really cool if I could, you know, wear Air Jordans in some basketball game, but also wear it in a different game, right? And these types of collectibles or wearables, it's something where at Impossible, we've thought a lot about different archetypes of people inside regular games. And we see that different folks from regular game worlds will actually use crypto in different ways, or blockchain games in different ways. So for example, I, as a kid, used to collect, you know, Pokemon and all these other cards, right? So some people would archetype me as a collector. So I'm obviously also the type of user that likes NFTs or likes trying to get a rare mint or open up packs, right? There's also players that are like wanderers, and I think to your point about metaverse, some people just like to explore. They just want to see what it looks like in some place, right? So as long as you give them the context or the kind of arenas to go and explore themselves, they will always find something that they enjoy. There's also, you know, XP hunters or people that will go through your daily achievements of whatever you want to do. And I think it's up to us to build as many of these types of flows for the right user to stay, like Corey said, right? We can't just say, oh, let's put some token here and people do anything we say. But rather, understand your user, understand the journeys that they want to actually go through, and then say, yes, I know that this type of user is going to use this type of kind of onboarding experience to get deeper in my game.
Yeah, agree. So I think, you know, right now I think there's a lot of switch between, you know, just only entirely focus on Web3 players that already exist in the space. I think project rather would like switch a little bit of focus into like having onboard both Web2 and Web3 users, so that, I mean, most of us, I think most of project builder, we are trying to do to reduce the barrier of entering the blockchain space to Web2 users, so that we, you know, we can expand the users. So I think you did touch on the metaverse things, and you know, AI and VR is quite hot topic recently, since, you know, Facebook also you know, enter the you know, the VR space and stuff. So what do you think about, you know, the future of games? Like, do you think that we will use more of those technology into games in the future to create like more fun rather than just playing on you know, phone and then PC? Corey, what do you think?
I have no idea, but we are not building in that direction, so hopefully we're not like 10 years behind and just missing the ball. But I think there will be a market there for sure. AI opens up so many opportunities. Tin from Cypher, if you guys ever speak to them, or Aether, they're building some incredible stuff with AI. We are not, that's for sure, so I definitely can't speak too much on the topic. For VR, we're not doing that either, so I think it's amazing, and me personally, I love doing it, but and so I mean, there must be a demand there for sure, but I'm just not sure it's ready for, you know, mass adoption. Looking at the Apple goggles, they're cool, but you got a big ass battery sitting on your back of your butt. So unfortunately, I don't think we're there yet, but maybe like 10 years, and yeah, I think we'll be there.
Okay, 10 years is pretty long. Make it shorter. So how about you, Ben? What do you think? Since you're a VC, I think you've been working with lots of gaming projects as well. Do you think any gaming are exploring, you know?
I haven't yet seen a lot of like games that try to incorporate like VR yet, because I think there's some friction in the sense that you kind of need some hardware to kind of experience like VR, right? You need like goggles, like Google Glass, Apple glasses, right? So there is inherently some friction. But I mean, like, someone else asked me this question about how AI can be incorporated into games, right, recently. There could be things like, randomly generated like characters that, kind of fit like, or like game progressions that fit the decisions that you make as part of the gameplay. Like in Skyrim, there's an assistant that follows you, that acts as your companion. You could like have like the character dialogue run through like GPT-4, for example, and you're able to ask questions to your companion and they answer it in the correct way, right? So those are some interesting innovations, right? But I think at this point, we are still a bit early into this space, right? So we'll continue to look out for how gaming and Web3 and AI, I think it's something that people talk about, but AI and gaming, Web3 gaming and AI is not yet so discussed about, not that talked about yet.
So I think, but I think there's some gaming series, Corey mentioned some names. I think they are exploring AI as well, like AI creating some in-game character kind of. So it's faster than you drawing the character in-game characters. Takes so much time. So I think that would be one use case. So I think we just have 1 minute left, and I already have prepared a belt here.
I'm ready.
Yeah, I also prepared some questions for you guys. So I will just read the questions, and it's gonna be like very basic questions. And as I hit the bell, you have to answer the question very quickly, okay? So we start with Ben.
Okay.
Okay, name one crypto that you're holding.
CRO.
Do it. Okay.
Okay, so next one is for Calvin. I know that you have been visiting Vietnam for quite a few times, right? So what's your favorite Vietnamese food?
Pho.
Oh, that's okay. That's
Did
easy.
he just swear?
But bún chả is quite good.
Okay, Corey, I think this question would be a bit hard for you.
Great.
So you're from Australia, right?
Sure.
And you have been spending a lot of time here in Vietnam and Australia. So Australia or Vietnam, which one better?
Wow.
Vietnam.
Vietnam. Yeah, Vietnam. Woo.
Okay, so I think that's time is up for our panel. So thank you everyone for joining our panel this afternoon, and hope you enjoy our discussion. Thank you.
Thank you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much for our moderator and our speakers. So now please take a group photo together. Vâng, thưa quý vị. Vâng, thưa quý vị, trước khi chúng ta bắt đầu quay trở lại với những buổi thảo luận sắp tới, thì Thủy Tiên xin được mời quý anh chị chúng ta cùng nghỉ giải lao trong vòng vài phút trước khi chúng ta quay trở lại. Now let's take a 5 minutes break before we come back to our panel discussions.
In the vast expanse of the universe, technology is advancing at lightning speed. Amidst this rapid progress, Aura Network shines as a beacon of innovation and vision. A team of engineers and visionaries set out to build a new NFT infrastructure that would change the way we think about ownership and value. Imagine a world where NFTs could represent more than just digital art or collectibles. With each step, we are bringing our vision of a new future closer to reality. Join us in the journey of transformation. Aura Network, shaping the future of NFTs and the Web3 realm.
như các khoản vay hoặc các bảo hiểm dựa trên NFT. Ngay bây giờ đây, chúng ta hãy cùng nhau khám phá tiềm năng của NFT và cách chúng có thể được sử dụng để biến đổi nền kinh tế và tài chính của người sáng tạo như thế nào thông qua phiên thảo luận về NFT versus Finance Beyond the JPEG. Let's welcome to the stage our moderator, Mr. Gap Yan, Director, ARC Community. And our speakers, Mr. Yotan Jan, Head of NFT Research, Defil Digital. Mr. Yang Cheng, Founder of Aura Network. Mr. Oliver, Head of Global Expansion, BitsCrunch. Xin trân trọng kính mời các diễn giả và chủ tọa chúng ta cùng chia sẻ những thông tin thật hấp dẫn và bổ ích cho quý vị đang có mặt trong buổi chiều ngày hôm nay. Xin cảm ơn.
Hello. Yeah. Hi everyone, good afternoon, good morning, good evening to everyone. I think it's quite good. Like, given that all the shit that's happened in the NFT space, there's still people who want to listen to this topic and everything like that, so it's positive for us. Anyway, Gabriel from Singapore, I'm part of ARC. I'm fortunately or unfortunately your moderator for the next 21 minutes or so. We'll be talking a little bit about the use cases of NFTs. We're talking about NFTs more than JPEG. Is there a use case either from a digital asset / financial perspective? I've got three esteemed gentlemen with me who will be sharing a little bit of their perspectives. And I think it's a bit unique because they come from very unique backgrounds and everything. But before that, just wanted to get a feel of whoever's in the audience and everything like that. Does anybody in the audience actually hold any NFTs? Or you dump it all already? Nobody holds fucking NFTs. Really, just like 4 people in the audience. Okay, this is going to be very interesting and everything like that. You guys have a very tough job to do and everything like that. Keep your hands up. And how many people actually hold crypto? I don't care whether it's a shit coin, a meme coin, a Bitcoin, or whatever it is. And everything does that and everything like that. Yeah. If Darren didn't raise his hand, that would be very, very suspicious. Everything. Okay. So, just wanted to get a feel of where everybody's understanding of what we're going to talk about and everything. But before I go there, very, very quick, like 30-second, 45-second introduction. Oliver, I'll start with you, just for the audience for context.
Sure. I work for BitsCrunch. I'm the head of business development there. We do NFT analytics and forensics. So we focus really on what's happening on chain and not so much what's happening off the chain.
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm John, founder of our network, the layer 1 chain. Yeah, build and support NFT, and we also bullish for IP NFT and any kind of NFT as well. Yeah, nice to meet you and nice to talk with you.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Ting. So before getting into Web3 and NFTs, I very much come from the Web2 entrepreneurship space, co-founded a healthcare data analytics company, ran it for 6 years, but really got bitten by the crypto bug, the NFT bug. Today, I head up our NFT research at Delphi Digital. Delphi Digital is basically a research firm that serves professional investors, and we also run a relatively small venture fund that invests in seed and Series A companies. So very excited to be here.
Thank you, guys. More maybe just to stick with you a little bit. So what brings you to Vietnam?
Sorry?
What brings you to Vietnam?
What brings me to Vietnam? Yeah. So I mean, firstly, honestly, I've been just chilling out in Singapore for quite a while. Like, I haven't really been for a conference. I think the last one was probably NFT NYC. But then, like, ever since the NFT bear market, came about, like, there wasn't a lot of reason to sort of like come out. Parties aren't as good as there were before. But a couple of my friends in Vietnam invited me here, and I heard that there is a lot of development and excitement in this area, and yeah, that really brought me here
Oliver,
today.
what brings you here?
Yeah, I mean, I was most excited to come to the Vietnamese event because I've noticed that it's a very international crowd here. And although we are in Vietnam, everyone still has the ability to speak English, which in a lot of countries that I've attended events in, it hasn't always been the case. So it's really nice to be here for that.
Jiang, do you agree?
Yeah, I because I'm in Vietnam. But by the way, for sure, when you come here and everything, you will see that the artists and everything in Vietnam is totally different. Yeah, the quality of NFT, the quality of the art and everything made by Vietnamese or everything come from the artists. Well, Vietnamese artists is really good. Yeah, I hope that when you come here and when you guys can feel that. Yeah.
Do you have like a favorite Vietnamese artist you can do a shout out to?
I have many actually. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
really?
I play with many Vietnamese manga artists. The quality of them, I don't think is lower than Japanese quality at the moment. Yeah, and I think that I believe that I can bring something from them. Yeah, also to the Web3 world as well.
That's nice. So I think it's when you talk about artists, I think it sets the tone very much, for this panel of sorts. I think the world specifically for NFTs is that we are in a time right now where there's kind of like two parallel tracks of innovation, if I can say so. So one is on the trading, speculative side of things. You see products being developed, NFT-Fi. You see things like, Blur, obviously. That focus very much on feeding that whole trading aspects, flipping aspects of it. But at the same time, you also see, innovation from a different sense, from what we like to call a use case sense, right? You've got things such as NFT ticketing, membership passes, etc., which focus less, I would say, on just pure speculation, narrative, Discord, Twitter FUD, whatever it is, right? There seems to be, and I think they do share similar roots in a way, like that everybody saw an opportunity. And I would say it's an opportunity not just from a commercial sense, but also an opportunity from an adoption sense, right? But given that we are in a bear, right? And I think the last 2 weeks, if anybody's on Twitter, anybody who's actually following the space will know that we've had a very unique 2 weeks. In fact, I think this is like the bear of the bear. If you look at prices and everything like that, it's morale's low, a lot of liquidity have left the space and everything like that. Just wanted to start off by what's the sentiment, like individually, and Jiang, maybe I'll start with you, right? Like, what's your feel of the space now, just to set the scene of where, when we talk about NFT, either as an industry or as an ecosystem, where are we at? What's your personal take, over everything that's seen, or even what we've seen over the last couple of days here in Vietnam?
I want to talk about, okay, I don't want to talk about many big use cases. I want to talk with some use case, but they bring the real profit or real revenue. Especially they are happening in Vietnam. For example, in the last 2 months, Ahamove is the biggest Uber line logistic company in Vietnam. And they're launching a kind of electric car, an electric car NFT for the customer. And you know that it's just launching in after 1 week. Their profit is got more 20%. After launching that, because the users who, I'm so surprised, because the users who buying the electric car, electricity buy as well, they really love in NFT. Yeah, it's the first time I have an experience on that. It's the first thing. The second thing is, you can see that everything on the GM Vietnam, right? The ticket also selling on NFT as well. Yeah, so the ticket NFT also good. And I'm so happy when I see that some company, they reduce more the real material for the certification because it's safe for the world, right? So it's safe for the environment. So yeah, some of the company like FPT is really big in Vietnam, for example. They transforming almost of the real certification right now to the NFT certification. Yeah, so it's something. Yeah, it's really happened in the real world.
Yeah. Maybe from a research or analytics, anything else to add, anything else to follow up with regards to whatever Jiang said?
Yeah, so I think maybe I can also take elements like what you said, Gab and Jiang, around this, is that I think they are, if you look at the NFT market from a trader perspective, right, you look at flows and stuff, I mean, clearly it looks like it's dead. Prices have just been bleeding out over the past year or so. It doesn't look like there are any new buyers. And last week, we probably had the worst sort of liquidation event in NFTs ever. It's all Blur's fault, but I won't get into that. But if you take the other perspective, right, and you look at what's going on in the builder space, right, I think you cannot help but be excited about the future of NFTs. I talk to startups all the time who are doing interesting, creative things in the space. You never know whether these things will really take off. A lot of these are ideas, they are concepts, they're building stuff. But if you are immersed in that space, right, you can't help but be excited. in the next 1, 2, 3 years, there's just going to be so many interesting things that are going to be there. I think if you think about NFTs as a technology, we are still in such early days, right? We've only barely been like 2 or 3 years into this NFT. And although, I mean, things in crypto just always feels a little bit longer. It feels like maybe 30 years right now. But if you look at the evolution of things like the internet, even social media and mobile, things take time. And today, because the utility for many of these NFTs have not been built out yet, a lot of it comes down to speculative value. We can only hazard a guess of what these NFTs are going to become, and that leads to a lot of price volatility. But I'm pretty sure, I'm confident in the next couple of years, as we build a lot more of these infrastructures, as some of these projects actually start to develop real monetizable like consumer IP, then I think that's going to lead to a new golden renaissance for NFTs, and that's why I'm here, and that's why I'm so excited about.
Are NFTs overpriced?
Today, you know, a lot of people ask me that question.
Oliver can cut in as well. I don't really want to say, but whichever. I'm just throwing this up, not to anybody. NFTs overpriced.
Yeah, I'll just say something quickly, and you can go ahead. Is that a lot of people have asked me that question over the last week when prices fell like 50, 60%, and I always ask them back, like, based on what metric, right? If you say something is overvalued, overpriced, you need to have something that you judge them by, and not just by the dollar amount. So I think it's a very hard question to say. I feel like we're still in the very early days of figuring out what an NFT really is. What does it represent? Does it represent culture? Does it represent art? Does it represent community value? We don't really know. And so how do you say that it's overvalued or not? I don't have the answer.
I don't want to say that all NFTs are overvalued, but I do want to say that NFTs are very prone to price manipulation, whether that be through wash trading or arbitrage, however you want to call it. That's why I think the future of NFTs is very much going to be more in a utility sense than just having these images that people want to collect for the sake of collecting them, right?
Although I'll also say that I feel like all of us here in crypto, and I think it's just human nature that we love speculation, right? So I feel like that speculative aspect of things will never go away. There's always going to be a new collection that comes out that people just are buying it because of price and because they like it, rather than just the utility. So I feel like that will come back in some way.
And I don't disagree with you, but to the extent that it is now, or it has been within the past 2 years, there was a lot of people trying to capitalize on that, right? But the quality of product needs to be higher than it currently is.
Fully agree with that.
What happened to the community building aspect? I'm just kidding. Sorry, just quick question. For the audio team here, can we get another mic on stage so Jiang can participate as well? Is it possible? If not, we'll just have to swap. It's fine. Yeah, so I think you touched on the thing. It's like, what exactly is it as a speculative aspect of it, as everything like that? How about us looking at it more from I would say, there was this whole narrative, right? That, with NFTs, it's power to the people. With the NFTs, you're going to be part of something bigger, right? For the creators, you have an opportunity to make money. You don't have to force yourself to work with a Christie's. You don't have to force yourself to work for a gallery. You don't have to force yourself to be on the streets, trying to peddle your art and everything like that, right? At the same time, there's also people saying that, with NFTs, whether it's EIP standards or Ethereum or anything like that, there's so much potential to unlock with regards to utility and everything like that. And I think, Tang, you mentioned, you've seen some interesting things. You also mentioned as well that, maybe we'll see some interesting ideas come out in the next 2 months. Where exactly are we at? Like what's some tangible examples any of you have seen, and maybe Jiang, even from Aura Network perspective, like where are these tangible? Who are these builders? What are these people building? And like, what's an interesting idea or interesting concept beyond a white paper that you guys
first?
Yeah.
Sorry, can you
No, basically I'm asking is like, whether is it a membership vertical, a speculative vertical, a community, culture, art vertical, whatever it is. Like, what exactly have we essentially seen, like going beyond just speculative price?
Interesting question, right?
I'm paid to ask difficult questions.
I think that's for Aura, right? So you can see that's for some newcomer or for newcomer trader, amateur trader. They come to go OpenSea, to come to Magic Eden, and maybe right now for professional trader, right? They come to Blur, they come to a professional OpenSea, yeah. But so we still have a part for the professional investor. For NFT, so what is they looking for? We are building at the moment. So we are at the middle of the professional trader and also the amateur trader, yeah, the newcomer for NFT. Yeah, so there's room for the professional investor. They want to invest in NFT. They want to understand more about NFT. They want to get some recommendation from AI, for maybe from ChatGPT for some analyze tool, and yeah, maybe they are the long-term investors. So we talk a lot about the retail users who buying NFT, but I think there is many room for investor who also buying the NFT. So I think what we are building is in the middle. So we support the professional artists. We're bringing more professional artists and also for the IPs. And also, yeah, all of that is support for a professional investor.
You touch on something very important, IPs.
Yeah.
We talk about NFTs are very retail driven, right? And going back to the theme, when we talk about the word finance, right? Very similar to crypto. Where is there an institutional play here for NFTs? Oliver, you're nodding your head.
I mean, we've seen examples like Hermes taking lawsuits against people who were using their IP, right? So I think there's institutional plays in the sense that people are going to be starting in the Web 2 space to attack Web 3 players a little bit more. And as time goes on, I think there's going to be a lot more regulatory rules, although we're in the Web 3 space, that are going to be protecting the IPs that are used in NFTs and in the Web 3 space, if that answers the question.
Yeah, I think it's very scary because, obviously there's been a lot of news about crypto regulations and what is being affected. And you don't see NFTs getting caught in the crossfires directly yet, right? And I'm going to use the word yet. But from the digital asset perspective, and throwing it up to the three of you, and anybody can answer this as well, do you think this would hamper potential progress in the NFT vertical of the crypto space? Like potentially regulations coming in, especially when we start looking at use cases similar to, can this NFT represent a land deed? Can it represent, a fraction of a real estate? Can it potentially represent, very similar to, I use this American football example, the Green Bay Packers, which are fan-owned, right? And can it one day be replaced, with some form of NFTs, tradable or not, right? Would that result in some form of regulatory oversight? I wouldn't say clamp down. I think that's a bit harsh, but kind of like regulatory, oversight into something like that will hamper essentially the innovative progress the space is trying to make.
Sure, go ahead.
I think we need a little bit of regulation because a lot of what makes the mass media for NFTs tends to be the bad news. We rarely get to see the good news, the good projects, the good examples of NFT utility. But normal, I don't want to say normal people, but people who aren't involved in the Web3 space.
Nobody's normal in crypto, bro.
But people involved in the Web 2 space that don't know anything about Web 3, they tend to have the idea that everything revolves around a scam. People know the Logan Pauls examples of the world, and people are really scared. So when people understand that there is regulation, I think adoption and growth in the space is going to be improved a lot.
What's the first regulatory recommendation you would make?
Yeah, maybe I'll just add some thoughts to that, right? Like, actually, I think if we look at the regulatory landscape across the world, especially like what's going on in the US, where the SEC is very clamping down on tokens, they've declared like a lot of these tokens as securities. I actually do think that this is actually giving some tailwinds to NFTs because I do feel like NFTs are going to be probably one of the last areas that will actually fall under this sort of like regulatory oversight. Because I think today there's still a case to be made that NFTs at the end of the day, they are just they are pictures, they are JPEGs, and if you really decide to really clamp down and start to regulate NFTs, then you really beg the question that maybe everything that we have today are actually securities, right? The LV bag that you buy, is that a security? Yeah, if you consider an NFT as a security, then it surely falls under the same realm as well. So I think what this has created is that it's given a little bit of white space, right, for NFT founders, NFT builders, to know that I think like in the next few years, they do have a little bit of breathing room. They are probably not going to be as heavily watched for because there's a much bigger game that many of these regulatory bodies are going for, which is these like fungible tokens, which are probably, they have like $1 billion of like market caps, and it does make sense for these bodies to sort of like regulate. But I do think like NFTs have a little bit of breathing space, at least as of right now. But if the scams start to increase a lot, then I think on a local level, it does make sense to have that consumer protection laws in place to make sure that people are protected.
Now, if I can add something there, I think you're talking specifically about the projects, but I can't name names right now, but we're working with some pretty big names for anti-money laundering, because a lot of money laundering does happen through NFTs, so there is regulatory steps being taken in place right now to protect from that.
Yeah, I guess that probably happens. Yeah, I guess also depends on which regulatory jurisdiction you are in.
But I have another view. So when I stand in another view, right? So if I stand in the IP view, for example, I am the IP owner and I'm selling the merchandise. I get more profit and get more revenue on that. And for example, Nike, you see that they're selling the merchandise on Web3. So the digital asset or the merchandise actually on Web3 is an NFT. So I think it's totally different.
I guess like it just means that, because I think NFTs is just a very broad word we use, right? But it can represent so many things. If your NFT represents, say, it becomes like a real asset representation, like treasury, securities, equities, and that could very well happen, for sure. I think that needs to be very heavily regulated. But like what Jiang said, like for example, if you're Nike, you're selling digital shoes for $20 a piece, like with .swoosh, how can you say that that's a security, right? That's a product that people are buying for their entertainment value. So I think it's a spectrum of things. We just have to be aware of the nuances here.
I'm looking at a timer that's going to blow up when the time runs out. That's what Jenny told me. Does anybody have any questions for the speakers before I move on to like a last couple of questions? Anybody have any speakers can raise your hand. I will pass the mic to you. Any questions? Calling once? Calling twice? I don't see it. I mean, the lights are in my eyes. You see any questions? You see anybody asking? Nobody. It's like all of us going like, oh, fuck, man. Thank God, and everything like that. It's, and another thing as well, I think the last thing to add, especially on the finance thing, and I'm going to ask a very philosophical question, right? Like it or not, I think even though, and we see that in art, right, where NFT people can get along with DeFi people can get along with trading people and everything like that. Do you guys see a time or an opportunity where different people who probably have more of a crypto background, like myself, potentially working with people such as maybe what you guys are doing, more from the NFT space? Because, there's this, I won't say a division or a divide, but, obviously there are some people stay in the lane. They're like, you know what, I'm a DeFi guy. I don't touch NFTs. Don't know what the fuck they are. Don't really care, right? But then there are NFT people who are like, you know what, I also don't know what this is and everything. So my very, very quick 2 cents about it is that that's why I also feel that you see a lot of NFT projects. Memeland is a very good example. We're going to have launched meme token. Ape obviously has the Ape coin. I do feel that convergence happens when some form of NFT projects offer some form of token for good or for the right or wrong reasons, or they offer them, or token projects or tokens, basically DeFi projects offering some form of NFT to represent a form of identity or ownership, right? The way I'm thinking about it is kind of like how you use a DEX, and people don't want to dox themselves, but you can still use your wallet as a form of identity represented by NFT.
I think at this moment, a lot of people choose to be interested, whether they're in the DeFi space, whatever. But I think eventually there will be a use case that's strong enough that you're going to have no choice. You're going to say, oh, I need NFTs for this because I want to be involved in it.
Yeah. I mean, how I think about it as a very high level, right, is that, and there are nuances to this, that I think DeFi is for the institutions, and a lot of what is being built in DeFi eventually will be built into some of these like institutional based sort of like rails. And you know, as a typical user, my parents, my grandfather, they're not going to go on Uniswap and buy tokens, right? It'll be all integrated into the back end of the banks and the institutions they sort of like deal with. Whereas for NFTs, I think NFTs is where to me, I always tell people like NFTs are the gateway to Web3, right? Because it's just interesting, it's fun, and people, humans, we have a nature to want to collect things. We want to differentiate from other people, and that's why we buy all these different skins on the games that we are playing. We buy all these different very cute items because we want to show people we have. We collect all these different pieces of art so that we can display in our home or on our handphones or as our profile pictures. I think that never goes away. So I feel like there will be that sort of like intersection, but I think like both are heading down like quite different paths.
For me, I think that NFT is just, it's a culture builder. So when you build a good culture, so everyone can talk with each other. For example, the Japanese people, I talk with many Japanese people, so they buy NFT, but they only hold, they don't trade it.
Yep,
right?
That's true.
So it's a different things. For me and all Vietnamese as well, half of us, love the collectible, for example.
Okay, all right. Our time is up, but very, very quickly, I'm going to ask bullish or bearish. That's all I want to hear from you. Just very, very quick things, right? Just down the line, get your quick thoughts. Fractionalized NFTs, bullish, bearish.
Bullish.
Bullish, why not?
Short-term bearish, but long-term, like maybe 5-10 years, maybe it might come
Very
back.
Singaporean, cannot answer the answer straight one.
Sorry,
very
it's just
typical
in my blood. It's in
typical
my
straight.
blood.
Everybody knows you're Singaporean like me already. No straight answer and that kind of thing. Fractional NFTs. New EIP standard 6551. Bullish, bearish. EIP 6551. The new EIP standards.
Bullish.
Same.
Yeah, same. I mean, always new things. You can't be bearish on those stuff.
Okay. NFT projects launching tokens. Bullish, bearish.
Bearish.
No idea.
Sorry, I'm going to give a nuanced answer as well, right? It really depends on what project and what time that you actually launch it, right? I feel like these are like, but right now if you launch a token today, bearish,
Okay. Azuki.
Oh, bullish for sure.
Bullish.
Sorry.
Yeah, bullish.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. And thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much for your sharing, and now let's take a group photo together. Please move forward. Thank you so much. Thưa quý vị, ngay sau đây xin mời quý vị cùng đến với chủ đề tiếp theo, State of Crypto about Vietnam and APAC. Trong chủ đề này, diễn giả của chúng ta sẽ cung cấp những hiểu biết có giá trị về tình trạng hiện tại của ngành công nghiệp tiền điện tử, cũng như nhấn mạnh vào các cơ hội và sự phát triển độc đáo trong thị trường trò chơi blockchain của Việt Nam. Hãy cùng khám phá cách Ancient 8 đang định hình tương lai trò chơi chuỗi khối ở Việt Nam và trên toàn khu vực châu Á-Thái Bình Dương, đồng thời hiểu sâu hơn về sự giao thoa năng động giữa Việt Nam, trò chơi và công nghệ chuỗi khối. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Howard Su, co-founder at Ancient 8. Please welcome to the stage. Xin mời ông Howard. Hello.
Hello. Okay, much better. Hi, everyone. I'm Howard, co-founder at Ancient 8. And today I want to talk a little bit about Ancient 8, and a lot about Vietnam and Southeast Asia. And as many of you might know, I'm mainly in the US, mainly based in New York, but we have an amazing team here in Vietnam. My co-founder Zane is here as well. And today I want to share a little bit about what Ancient is building. Since we started as the largest gaming guild in Vietnam late 2021, we've actually evolved a lot and start to build game publishing platform as a software for a very long time, and we've launched multiple products over these times. Here's a little bit of sort of the roadmap or timeline. We launched Ancient research portal for content, professional content on crypto gaming. We launched Ancient ID, the centerpiece for all the decentralized identities of gamers that are on our platform and in different games. Ancient Dojo Launchpad and Ancient Space 3, which is a gaming loyalty platform for publishing Web3 games and help gamers to discover more interesting games in the Web3 world. We position ourselves as a software company to help games with customer acquisition because we think in the future, right? Today, people might be thinking a lot about TVL and where the capital is around. But if we look at the development of internet, companies go from building infrastructure to building communities and building number of users because users is what lead to better products, more spending, and bigger games, better games, more revenue for the games. And that's what we intend to build, is to help these games acquire as many users as possible. And we think that's going to be the breakpoint for the next bull market, is how many users they actually get on these games and play these games. And we're here to help them acquire users. But first, why Vietnam? The first thing I want to point out is, in terms of crypto adoption, Vietnam is the leader in the world. We're number one in terms of crypto adoption according to Chainalysis, number two in DeFi, and number three in terms of number of MAUs on MetaMask. Besides the crypto adoption, Vietnam is also a growing country, and I think the core theme we're seeing in Web3 and here today is growth. Vietnam has turned themselves from a country in poverty because of the war in the 1970s to one of the fastest growing countries in the world. The GDP grew almost 4 times over the last 20 years. And human capital index, which Zhang mentioned this morning, which indicates how educated the entire population is in the country and how productive they are, is a whopping 0.69, which is the number 2, only behind Singapore in the entire Southeast Asia region. This is a tremendous success story for the country, I would say. And it leads to us to believe that there will be more growth because it's all in the people. It's all in how much education they get, how much excitement they have for the future. And if we look at the actual growth numbers, right, it shows in numbers. The year-over-year GDP growth of Vietnam tops most of the countries here, if you can see the bright green line. In the sample group of selected countries, we have all the developed ones like Japan, America, Korea, UK. We have China, which is known to be growing very fast, and we have all the other top Southeast Asian countries. And you can see Vietnam consistently leads the entire pack as percentage growth rate. And there's still a lot of room for Vietnam to grow because our GDP is at 1.232 trillion now, and GDP per capita is still $4,000. There's still a lot of room to catch up to, let's say US, which is at $76,000. So as a person who spends most time internationally, maybe not so much in Vietnam, if we look at Vietnam from the lens of foreigners, there is going to be a lot of growth in the space, and we are bullish. We're super excited to build Vietnam as a community forward. Ancient 8, what's Ancient 8 doing in all this, right? We've built the largest community with the core in Vietnam. We have about 200,000 users today on our core products, Space 3 and Ancient 8 ID. And we have a big Twitter following and Discord community who are, I would say majority of them are from Vietnam. They're super excited about blockchain. They're super excited about what we're building, what all the other game studios are building for Web3. And that's why they come and join our platform. We partner with more than 60 games. A lot of them are here. And we write professional content to educate the people here in Vietnam. Our research portal is in English and in Vietnamese, to help them understand what might come in the next future for crypto, for blockchain. And these people that understands blockchain now and understands gaming or are gamers will become the best users for these games down the road, and will help them to discover the best games that are on the market in Web3. And we've fortunate to have the backing and fortunate to have these partners to align with our vision of bringing Vietnam forward, onboarding more users onto Web3, and we raised a total of 10 million capital funding till date. So I really want to, reiterate again, Ancient 8, we started from the community, but today we are building software platforms to serve as the infrastructure for GameFi, with Space 3, this gaming loyalty platform, in the center to help various Web3 games to acquire gamers, help gamers discover the best game, and help the best game attract the best gamers from Vietnam and from the rest of Southeast Asia. And next, we have a big plan for the next year or two. With Space 3 as the core application on the entire Ancient 8 ecosystem, we plan to launch an app chain layer 2 for Ancient 8, where a lot of these games can run their game on, and Space 3 will definitely run our customer acquisition engine for these games on the layer 2. This is the first time that we are announcing this as a teaser to the entire community. And we are collecting a lot of feedbacks from our investors and partners today on how we best can improve our product and build that layer 2 together with all the game partners and all the investors together. And I want to say that we'll continue to focus on Space 3 and on the application part of this app chain, and make sure we have real users, large number of real users that will come into this layer 2 network and really energize the entire Web3 gaming space. And we'll continue to build with everyone who are here in Vietnam. Thanks for coming in this Web3 world, and also build the future of blockchain gaming. So yeah, this is what I want to share and what we plan to do in the future. I just want to say, just from me, my experience in Vietnam and working with the entire team, a big team in Vietnam, this is looking at today's world, right, where growth has stagnated in both China and US and in some of the most developed countries. I see the most excitement, the most amount of energy here in Vietnam. And the numbers are proving it. And we look forward to build with Vietnam together more to be a leader in the entire Web3 industry. So thank you. Thank you, Jay.
Thank you so much for your sharing. Và bây giờ đây thì Thủy Tiên xin mời Miss Sam Hoàng, CGO của Caris Ventures có thể lên để trao hoa cho diễn giả của chúng ta. Xin chân thành cảm ơn. Thank you so much. Thưa quý vị, có thể thấy trong những năm gần đây, APAC đã trở thành một trong những điểm sáng trên bản đồ công nghệ tại khu vực và thế giới. Và trong ngày hôm nay, chúng ta sẽ cùng được lắng nghe các diễn giả cùng chia sẻ về những câu chuyện vươn ra toàn cầu và vượt ra những rào cản để đưa các sản phẩm đến với hàng triệu người dùng trên thế giới. Ngày hôm nay đến với phiên thảo với chủ đề APAC, The Emerging Blockchain Hub. Chúng ta sẽ cùng lắng nghe những chia sẻ về thị trường APAC. Thế Tiên xin được mời lên sân khấu. Please welcome to the stage our moderator, Mr. Justin Collin, Head of Community Action 8. Cùng các diễn giả của chúng ta, and our speakers, Mr. Alex Lewis, Senior Solutions Engineer from Circle, Miss Tasha, Co-founder and CEO at Stella, Miss Tracy, Co-founder and CMO at Following. Please welcome to the stage. Xin một tràng vỗ tay dành cho các diễn giả của chúng ta được không ạ?
Okay, lovely to see everybody. Thank you so much for joining this chat today. I'm extremely excited to talk to these very smart and lovely individuals about this topic. The APAC region, as we all know, is a very, very exciting region for Web3 and for blockchain. There are so many cool things happening, so many exciting things happening. So really excited to have this chat today with you guys. I think we should start with some introductions. That would be a great place to start, and then we can go straight into the chat. So Tracy, if you can start us off.
All right, thanks very much, Justin. Hey guys, very great to be here as a guest to speak at the GM Vietnam conference. That's really my first time to be here. And I'm discovering all those potential, the hot vibes around here, everything. So I'm Tracy. I was the CEO of Cointelegraph, Chinese version. I think you guys heard a lot about Cointelegraph, right? And lately I just joined the new platform Following. I think Following also made a great noise here locally in Vietnam. I'm taking the role CMO and co-founder. I'm in charge of marketing and BD part as well. So hopefully to have more to share with our Vietnam communities. It was great to be here. Thanks again. Thanks.
All right, Tasha, quick introduction. Thank you so much.
Yeah, glad to be here, and first time in Vietnam, so very enjoying the local foods as well while staying safe. So my name is Tasha, co-founder and CEO of Stella, and previously we also built Alpha Finance since 2020. So some of you may have known Alpha Finance through the product that we built called Alpha Homora, and the token is Alpha. So now we're focusing on the next project, which is called Stella, using the same token still. And Stella pretty much is a decentralized finance application. You can think of it as what we were doing in Alpha Finance days, but a 2.0 version in a way that's more sustainable, in a way that's also helping users to maximize yields. That is also, I think, rely less on just token emissions or yield farming alone. And we hope to be the leveraged DeFi layer that pretty much onboards a lot of the usages to the fundamental building blocks of DeFi.
All right, thank you so much, Tasha. Alex.
All right, I guess it's my turn. Hi, everybody. My name is Alex. I am from Taipei, Taiwan, and I work for Circle. And what Circle does is we're the sole issuer of USDC and also EuroC. And we try to bridge, traditional and Web3 ecosystems with USDC and EuroC with the stablecoin. And we also do a lot of other things. Please go to our website. Maybe it's too early to plug this, but go to our website and kind of take a look at the different products that we're coming out with. We're coming out with wallet infrastructure as well. It was a soft launch just this past weekend. You can take a look at it. It's very exciting, and I'm happy to be here. This is my first time in Ho Chi Minh City. I've not been safe. I've been eating everything, and I've been loving it.
Well, welcome to Ho Chi Minh City. It's an amazing city, especially for eating. Yeah, thank you so much, Alex. And by the way, if you've never considered voice acting, that might be something you should consider at some point in the future.
I used to work in radio.
All right, there we go. That speaks to the smoothness. All right, so let's go ahead and jump into it, guys. I'm ready for some exciting questions here. So the first one we have for the day is, in the APAC market, what are the unique advantages and challenges for building and scaling blockchain projects compared to other regions? Are there any specific cultural, regulatory, or technological factors that make APAC a fertile ground for blockchain innovation? I don't know if anybody wants to jump up first or if we just go in order here. Do you have any thoughts there, Tracy?
Yeah, it's okay. Start from me. So I didn't introduce following yet. Following is so we are quite a remote team, but we have our operational team based in Hong Kong. So you will find me often between Guangzhou and mainland China and Hong Kong. So you guys might heard a lot about news on regulation side coming from Hong Kong, right? I think from that part of angle, I don't really know very detailed regulations going on regionally in APAC, but I could bring some insights which after the conversations with regulators in Hong Kong and also knowing what's going on with the communities. Because just 2 days ago, we had a very long Twitter space collaborating with InvestHK and Cyberport. Also had lots of guests from Hong Kong communities and the project side, right? And I think Hong Kong has these very friendly regulations which encourage lots of Web3 projects from China side also getting into Hong Kong market. And still, at the same time, like Coinbase, Gemini, also they've been participating the licensing things with the government, right? So we see the hype during this April Web3 festival. A lot of builders and also Chinese communities, guys, they rushed into Hong Kong during that part. I think Hong Kong makes itself very unique in terms of regulation side, but we will see what's going on really, what kind of profit it can really bring to communities, to the, really user parts. For example, Hong Kong started the real trading, like the policy, that part of policy started from the 1st of June. And which means all your trading assets is secured by the government level, right? And you guys might know there are only 2 exchanges having their license. One is OSL, another one is HashKey Pro, right? But that part didn't really bring lots of attractions from market side. And from 1st of June till now on, actually the market was quiet. There's something we expected was different. We thought probably will have lots of noises, right, regarding to trading volume or the prices, all sorts of things, but still it's not. But I think in the long run, Hong Kong creates this very friendly environment for everyone feel safe to go and build, and you can find lots of help from InvestHK part, the Cyberport part. They deliver those kind of services or consultancy even for free. So guys, anyone really willing to join in the vibe with Hong Kong, you just can go direct talk with them, and they're quite open to help with all those builders from different, in Web3. I think Web3 gonna make Hong Kong very different, very, very unique. But in 3 angles, I believe, like, let's say alternative assets, let's say Bitcoin, Ethereum, right? So how they gonna to do those things, right? The second angle is stablecoin. We talk about USDT, USDC, right? Those all things, but still, if they were going to issue like Hong Kong dollar backed, stable coin, right? And third part is the very trendy topic. We're talking about real world asset, RWA part. If Hong Kong gonna make that part very different. So I think also these 3 parts, I think potentially with huge opportunities for you guys to explore. Yeah, that's pretty much for me.
Very cool, and super important. I think we can all agree how big a player Hong Kong is in the financial markets, and when they're bullish on the space, that adds tremendous value and tremendous traction to the APAC region. So thank you so much for sharing the insights.
Thank you.
You're on the ground there in Hong Kong, so that's exciting to hear. Tasha, any thoughts there?
Yeah, I would say as a builder, a DeFi builder from APAC, what I see as a big advantage is that a lot of users pretty much are ready to adopt whatever available services or products on chain. Also, there's going to be a bit of a barrier to understand certain products, but I think the drive to really use it is there. And I think the reason for that is because traditionally, financial system here may not be giving users or giving people access to the global market as well. So, that gap is actually worth jumping over, and that's why I think a lot of users are coming from APAC, especially for DeFi. And now with US regulations hunting down a lot of crypto and especially in DeFi as well, so more and more projects or even companies are moving over to APAC. So I think a lot of the knowledge will be kind of aggregated here. The challenge, though, I would say for sure is the language barrier still, because everything that is even though it's global and everything in crypto is localized to a certain aspect, but a lot of the times new projects or new products will just be in English first. So I think it's quite a unfortunate thing to have that barrier just because it's in APAC, right? So I think that part can actually be mitigated with a lot of local communities, especially here in Vietnam. There are a lot of trading and educational local communities. So I think going forward in the next whole wave, those communities will be a lot key component as a player in APAC.
Yeah, definitely agree there. Localization is super important for continuing to make the process of developing the region even smoother. Would love to hear from you, Alex, some of the benefits, and then maybe even one thing that you find a little bit tougher about the region of APAC.
Yeah, sure, thanks. So I think, Tracy and Tasha have touched on a few, big things, right? Regulation, I think is a benefit here in APAC, and also just user adoption of DeFi. So I'll focus on a few other things. User behavior, right? I think that's different from user adoption. So we see the demographics here in APAC skew a little bit younger, a little bit more internet friendly, right? A lot more people are comfortable with using e-wallets or things of that nature, even as their banking account, right? So that's actually a really positive trend when looking at Web3 adoption as well, right? Because the transition from an e-wallet to a digital wallet is much less than going from a bank to a digital wallet or a Web3 wallet, as an example. So I think that's a really key indicator of how we see APAC here. Two other things I'd say. I think the readiness of the partners in the ecosystem here in APAC. So as Circle, I think we are able to get to speak with a lot of different companies here in APAC, and they're all forward-looking, innovative. They're they've really advanced. I think the next iteration of Web 2. Has happened here in APAC, right? So they're ready to kind of continue that building and continue that innovation into Web3 with digital assets, digital currencies, Web3 wallets, et cetera, right? So there's a readiness and a willingness there in APAC. That's also very beneficial. And the third thing would be, I would say, the way that the demand for stablecoins here, right? I'm going to talk about stablecoins a little bit. Sorry, everybody. But the way the demand for stablecoins here is very high is also an indicator for us to be very kind of bullish on the APAC region. Really easy example would just be being able to send money to and from, right? So right now there is no Philippine pesos backed stablecoin as an example. But we still need to provide people a way, Filipino workers working overseas, an easy, simple way to just send money home, right? And that's done right now with USDC. So we kind of see that as, and that's just one example. We see that as a really clear indicator of how APAC not just is ready for this innovation in blockchain and Web3, but also that there's a big need and demand for it as well in just everyday life. In terms of a challenge, I think I'll agree with Tasha. It's about like education, right? Even just 0 to 1, like what, dude, is a blockchain? Like, I don't know, right? Like that could be a reaction that you get. My family doesn't know, right? That's just what happens. So we kind of need to start educating people, especially as these regulations come out and we start to come out with, a stablecoin bill, stablecoin regulation in Hong Kong, with Hong Kong leading the push. These sorts of things, right? Like I think as the government and regulation are making progress, right? I think everybody in this industry has to kind of like, make progress on the education front as well, so people feel comfortable with adopting what's to come.
100%, and as you shared, they're so valuable and so needed, especially in a lot of regions in Southeast Asia that are quote unquote unbanked. High population is unbanked. It's super valuable to have that infrastructure. I remember even early on in the big GameFi boom, there was a moment there where players were actually swapping an in-game token as a regular currency at restaurants and places you could do business, and obviously that wasn't sustainable, but with a stable coin, that infrastructure definitely is and very much needed. So thank you for sharing that. I think this question here is a little bit more for the builders in the room that would love to know. So building a successful project in an emerging market with active blockchain users requires a deep understanding of users' needs and preferences. How did you tailor your product or service to meet the specific demands of the APAC users? Were there any notable user insights or feedback that significantly influenced your project's development? We can start with you again, Tracy, if that's okay.
All right, cool. So thanks very much, Justin. So following actually is, yes, you can consider us as a project. From this perspective, I do have lots of insights to share with you guys. We are an AI-powered Web3 news aggregator. In this industry, there hasn't not players yet. And we are trying, right now we launched 4 versions. Chinese simplified, Chinese tradition in English, and Vietnamese. We do have a local team here. We have more than 10 colleagues working in the Vietnam team. To have a very successful project, and you need to really align with the local regulators, first of all. But in terms of news aggregator, we don't really have lots of regulation needs to apply, right? So it's like we should understand. For example, I used to work with the Chinese market, right? That's back to the old time. Cointelegraph was a Chinese, only Chinese media. So we need to understand what the regulator told us to not to do. For example, we won't able to post the news about the shilling. First of all, shilling tokens. Second of all, talking about the exchanges, or also, we only focus on the technology development and fundraising part as well. I think those 2 main aspects we could really post back to that time. But right now, as we have our operational team in Hong Kong, so that part cannot really influence that much. But for us to getting localization, for example, in Hong Kong, so we do have colleagues working on that part. First of all, you need really understand clearly the community cultures, right? For example, because Web3, for my understanding, it's all about communities. If you don't have people really understand your products and accept your product and just start to use your product, you don't really prove, this product cannot be proved as a good one, right? So first of all, I set some KPIs for our team in Hong Kong. First of all, to work closely with local communities. And from middle level, we need to work with our counterparty, like media in that level, right? So not only in Web3, but Web 2 as well, trying to make our brands do lots of cross-branding things with the media partners, right? And also on top of the level, we're trying to get contact with the government part, right? To understand what they like, how they appreciate our product, what are the suggestions they could give to us, right? Same thing happening in here with our Vietnamese team to work with community, so and also understand the regulator side, right? pretty much like that. I think from culture side, really you need to get deep down to the hands-on, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. How about for you, Tasha? Anything that you guys felt that you needed to work around or integrate specifically for this region?
Yeah, I think for us, I would break it into two parts, right? Like beginning of the project days, we focus a lot on just global market, meaning like anyone who's already on chain, on Twitter, understand what we do, and we focus on their needs. And a lot of crypto degens or like, on-chain DeFi users, they just love taking leverage. So we make it such that they can do it for all the DeFi strategies that they're already doing. So hence, that's why we came up with the whole concept of leverage yield farming back in the days, right? But I think that's like phase one, in which we pretty much, ignore a lot of local communities because we need to onboard those who are already on-chain to use our product first, right? So now we kind of got through that phase. And now we're going through, while continuing to do that phase one, we're also working more with different local communities. For example, in Vietnam, we're gonna, be more active here as well, or in different countries in APAC where we think the users for the next wave is gonna be. And pretty much what we're planning to do is mainly just giving that awareness, because I think people, especially in APAC, they can jump through that barrier very quickly once they're more comfortable with something, right? So I think that's the approach that we're taking. So we want to make sure that they're comfortable, the users here are comfortable with our products, our name, and then it may not be a short-term gain, it's going to be like a long-term move. But then once they are comfortable with our team, with our product, then I think that's going to be more of like the go-to place. So yeah, we're doing like two approach for global and the local market.
Yeah, very smart. Love the double approach. How about for you guys at Circle, Alex?
Okay, I'll try to keep this brief, but I have a lot to say, so we'll see how this goes.
No worries.
So I think, maybe on like 3 levels, right? Maybe global and like government level. There's the developer level, and then also the user level. So if we start at the top with like global and government level, right? It's always regulation first, as Tracy mentioned actually, right? So that's step number 1. We will always want to be compliant and on the right side of the law. So we operate like that as a company and as a product. So for APAC specifically, we received our mass license in Singapore, right? That's like our first sort of inroads into APAC, and we plan to do a lot more here, right? So, but always start with that, with regulation first. And we also do, and we believe in transparency and trust, right? So USDC would not be what it is as a product without transparency and trust, down to you know exactly how it operates, you know exactly how we manage it, any single time, every step of the way. So that's like another product decision, and I think that's important for everybody in APAC, everywhere else as well. And also just continuous learning and adaptation on the government level, right? So knowing how we can be more strategic as a company, as we enter APAC, as we start to learn, build, and grow, and innovate with the community here. We need to make sure that we're not just doing what we want to do, what we think is right? We need to learn from the community, listen to what they want, listen to what they say, listen to the regulators, and show up in the right way. I know I'm gonna be real quick. Developers as well, right? So like building, functionalities around USDC and just elsewhere, other products as well. So for example, cross-chain transfer protocol is an open source protocol that we've released, and it allows you to move USDC from one blockchain to another. So basically just removing the fragmentation of your USDC liquidity. And I think that's actually really important for DeFi to be able to do that in a programmatic way. So trying to build more functionality around the USDC product. So then, as we release more sort of open source functionalities, right, we don't get to dictate or determine how that's going to be implemented or what could come out of that, but we want to give that functionality to see what this community can build with that sort of functionality. And then on the user level, I would say just try and make it as easy as possible for people to just use blockchain, use Web3. I think right now, the big focus is on wallets, right? Making sure that people know exactly how to get on a wallet, how to start using it, et cetera. So those are the 3 main kind of like focuses that we're looking into in APAC and also global.
Love that. Love that. Super important, and I think you guys are doing a really great job. You know, it's a tough sector to be in the space, but as you shared, you know, openly and transparently helps get the job done, and that helps the region as a whole continue to develop, which is fantastic. We have 2 minutes here. I think we can run off one quick question here. We'll have to keep the answers short and sweet, but are there any emerging technologies or trends that you believe will help shape the future of the blockchain industry in APAC? Is there anything that stands out for you guys there in terms of a trend or a technology?
Yeah, I can go first since Tracy's been just like...
Yeah, Tracy's been nailed on first
every single time. I can go first. So I think the trend is just like what we see already. Actually, in the presentation before this, in the keynote, is he still here? Right there, that guy who's not paying attention. But yeah, in the keynote before, right, he was talking about, you know, user adoption in Vietnam. Howard, thank you. Big shout out. I love the presentation. But you could actually see, right, just like that user adoption is huge. It's critical to our community, right, to our industry. Just seeing that, and then again, like just the emergence of like easier to use wallets, not just for the users, but for the developers as well, right? Because this is a community that needs to build. So giving the builders tools that they can use to build the sort of applications and you know, use cases that they want to build. I think that's going to be the next innovation, right? You can kind of look at like something specific, like multi-party computation. Just a couple of years ago, that was cutting edge, and that's going to be closely or you know, fast becoming a commodity. That's going to be easy for anybody to deploy. So then it makes wallets safer, and then now we're going to have better UX and so on and so forth. So that's what I see.
For me, quickly, I think a lot of the new users are definitely going to come through games, as we have seen a lot of games, whether it's, you know, crypto-native games or Web2 studios coming over to Web3. And then after that whole wave of, you know, gaming on chain, then there's going to be a lot of protocols or even DeFi ourselves looking to make use of the gaming assets. So I think eventually, hopefully, people will be, you know, utilizing that in-game assets on blockchain without even knowing that it's, you know, generating yields or what protocols they're using behind the scene. So hopefully, that's my view, where a lot of the sectors of, you know, applications on chain become the same group without, you know, segregating. Hey, this is, you know, game, this is DeFi, or this is NFT. But it's just going to be more of like a Web3 applications, pretty much.
Personally, I'm a big fan of DeFi, so I'm pretty much bullish on that side. It's not a matter of bull market or bear market. It's always DeFi. I think decentralized finance is going to replace, taking over a big part from traditional finance side. That's for a long way to go. But at this stage, my main focus is on real-world assets, as I just mentioned earlier. It's not really, probably it's still a long way to go to real, Web3 world, but why not to find a middle way, like a Web 2.5, let's say, right? And real world asset probably from that perspective could help a lot with regulation, very clear regulation, of course, and also the strong support from traditional finance, let's say, right? That's a potential I could say, RWA.
Yeah. Absolutely. Awesome, guys. Well, thank you so much for your sharings today. We did run out of time just now, but thank you so much. Truly insightful. Please give a hand for Alex, Tasha, and Tracy. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your insightful sharing. And please move forward to take a group photo together. Vâng, ngay sau đây, xin mời quý vị cùng đến với một chủ đề vô cùng thú vị. Unlocking the Future, MPC-powered blockchain wallets for enhanced privacy and security. Trong phần này, chúng ta sẽ đi sâu vào lĩnh vực thú vị của ví blockchain và tiềm năng mang tính cách mạng của giao thức tính toán bảo mật nhiều thành viên, Multi-Party Computation, MPC. Và diễn giả Thanh Nguyễn, CTO của VNG, co-founder của VeryChance sẽ chia sẻ những quan điểm sâu sắc về cách các ví blockchain do MPC hỗ trợ đang định hình tương lai, đảm bảo quyền riêng tư và bảo mật tuyệt vời cho người dùng như thế nào. Hãy khám phá cách blockchain đang thúc đẩy sự đổi mới trong không gian này và trao quyền cho các cá nhân kiểm soát tài sản kỹ thuật số của người dùng hơn bao giờ hết. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Thanh Nguyễn, CTO of VNG, co-founder of VeryChance.
Hello. Hi, everyone. So today I will just share a quick talk on like the MPC and a few of like advantages as well as the security challenge as well as solution around multi-party computation, basically MPC. The next one. So quickly about myself. So I'm actually like very old school security researcher for almost like 30 years in security research. And I'm co-founder of VeryChance, one of the Web3 security firm founded like 5 years back in 2017. And I'm vice president as well as CTO of VNG. Previously, I worked at a CPU and chipset security architect, where I'm working on like security of CPU as well as like adding feature to the CPU such as like SGX and so on. So I used to work on Atom, Core i7, Core i5, NLM, iBrick as well, before I moving back to Vietnam and found a VeryChance company as well as working for VNG. So I used to present a lot of different topics as well as a reviewer for the conference around the regions like Black Hat Hacking the Box, DeepSec, PackSec, and DevCon as well. Okay, so basically because there's a conference in Vietnam and I think that most of the information on the slide is already in English. So now I will switch to Vietnamese, and if you guys like want to listen, then probably there will be a translator that you can use. Ok, mình xin phép được trình bày ở trong tiếng Việt. Thì Jen có nói mình là trình bày tiếng Việt thì có lẽ là sẽ thú vị hơn. Rồi. Thì ở đây thì mình sẽ chia sẻ một chút xíu về cái MPC nó là cái gì và ứng dụng của nó như thế nào trước khi mình nói đến những cái phần cao hơn. Thì ở đây MPC á, thực ra là mọi người chẳng hạn như bây giờ á, là có một bài toán là mình cần đấu giá một cái món hàng nào đó. Mà trong đó thì mọi người sẽ không biết là mình đưa cái giá là bao nhiêu, nhưng mà mình sẽ muốn đảm bảo là cái người đưa giá cao nhất sẽ chiến thắng trong cuộc đấu giá đó. Hoặc là mình có một cái mình chơi bài, bây giờ làm sao mình có thể là đảm bảo cái chuyện là chơi bài mà không có người chơi bài thì làm sao có thể làm được chuyện đó. Hoặc là ví dụ như là có hai bạn, bây giờ mình muốn biết bạn nào nhiều tiền hơn bạn nào thì làm sao để mình giải quyết được bài toán đó. Thì hầu hết trong các cái trường hợp như vậy á, là nếu mình áp dụng ra bên ngoài thì mình sẽ cần một cái người thứ ba. Chẳng hạn như là để một người thứ ba, mà với điều kiện mình chẳng hạn như hai bạn muốn biết bạn nào giàu hơn bạn nào, nhưng mà mình không muốn cho bạn đó biết mình có bao nhiêu tiền. Thì khi đó cách mình làm là mình sẽ có một người trọng tài, mình sẽ nói là mình có bao nhiêu tiền và cái người kia sẽ nói cho mình người đó có bao nhiêu tiền. Rồi từ đó người đó sẽ biết là ai là người giàu hơn, ai là người nhiều tiền hơn, mà không cần phải cho từng người bên kia biết là mình có bao nhiêu tiền. Tương tự trong trường hợp đấu giá, tức là mình sẽ phải tất cả những người tham gia đấu giá hoặc là đấu thầu đó, người ta phải gửi cái thông tin của mình cho một cái đơn vị trung gian. Cái đơn vị trung gian đó sẽ quyết định xem là ai là người có cái giá cao nhất để người chiến thắng. Và sau đó là cái người chiến thắng đó, chỉ có người chiến thắng đó thì mới được công bố và cho biết là cái số người ta đạt bao nhiêu. Còn tất cả những người còn lại là vẫn được giữ kín. Tương tự cho chuyện chia bài. Vậy thì là bây giờ bài toán là giả sử mình không muốn có một cái người thứ ba như vậy thì giải pháp nó như thế nào? Thì đó là cái việc mà tính toán mà dùng nhiều cái hệ thống khác nhau, tức là mình thay cái việc là cần một cái người thứ ba làm người tin cậy để đánh giá hoặc ra quyết định, thì mình sẽ dùng một cái trusted computation, tức là một cái việc mà tính toán dựa trên nhiều các cái nốt khác nhau, và nó cho phép cái chuyện là thay thế được cả một cái bên thứ ba. Thì làm sao để làm chuyện như vậy? Thì về cơ bản nó nói cho ngắn gọn đơn giản thì nó thực ra nó sẽ là một cái mô hình tính toán làm sao để cho phép là có một cái hàm tính toán trên những cái dữ liệu, mà cái dữ liệu đó thì mình lại không muốn mình disclose, tức là mình không muốn là dữ liệu đó cho các bên khác. Tuy nhiên là có một cái làm sao làm được một cái function mà có thể tính toán từ từng phần một, tính toán một thì nó ra được cái kết quả cuối cùng. Chẳng hạn như là mình nói cho được là cái người nào là người nhiều tiền hơn, hoặc là cái người mà đấu giá nào là người đó chiến thắng. Thì để thực hiện cái mô hình mà để làm như thế này thì thực ra về lịch sử thì MPC bắt đầu từ là đã rất là lâu rồi, từ phải hơn 40 năm trước. Tuy nhiên là thực ra là các cái ứng dụng liên quan đến MPC thì được phổ biến là trong thời gian tương đối gần đây, đặc biệt là khi mà cái sự mở rộng của và sự gọi là tương đối là phát triển của cái ngành công nghệ blockchain cũng như là cryptocurrency, thì các cái ứng dụng MPC là được rất là phổ biến, đặc biệt là trong các cái ví. Ở đây thì tương tự mình sẽ chia sẻ về một cái là rất là cơ bản về là sự khác biệt nhau giữa các cái dạng ví khác nhau như thế nào. Thì ở bên ngoài cùng này thì sẽ là cái ví truyền thống. Mọi người dùng ví truyền thống cũng sẽ biết là mình sẽ có một cái private key, và private key đó dùng để giữ các cái tiền của mình. Cái vấn đề của chuyện làm như thế này là gì? Vấn đề nằm ở cái việc mà một cái ví mà mình có giữ một cái private key thì thực ra cái vấn đề lớn nhất của nó là người dùng là phải chịu trách nhiệm về độ an toàn của cái khóa đó. Có nghĩa là nếu mà mình mất cái khóa đó thì coi như là mình mất hết, và không có cơ chế nào để có thể khôi phục lại được. Tức là các cái vấn đề liên quan đến chuyện là khôi phục lại cái ví của mình bị mất khóa là như thế nào là rất là khó thể thực hiện được. Cái vấn đề về chuyện là trải nghiệm của người dùng, cái việc mà adoption đó, tức là cái chấp thuận của người dùng adoption cho cái việc mà cryptocurrency hay là Web3 thực ra là ví là một cái yếu tố khiến cho cái việc adoption nó sẽ có rất là nhiều cái thử thách. Bởi vì đơn giản là việc mình bảo vệ cái khóa đó rất là khó. Cái khóa đó của mình tùy vào cách mình sẽ sử dụng nó như thế nào. Nếu mà mình dùng một cái ví ở trên điện thoại, hay là mình dùng MetaMask ở trên máy tính, hay là mình dùng một cái hardware token, thì tất cả những trường hợp đó là đều có một cái nguy cơ là mình có thể bị mất ví cả. Ví dụ như mình trên điện thoại của mình có thể cài rất là nhiều các ứng dụng khác nhau. Điện thoại của mình có thể có những vấn đề khác nhau. Chẳng hạn như mình nói là những điện thoại như Android hay là một số kể cả iOS có những thời điểm thật ra chỉ cần nhắn một cái tin nhắn MMS là cái người nhắn tin nhắn đó có thể kiểm soát toàn bộ cái điện thoại. Và khi họ kiểm soát toàn bộ điện thoại của mình thì đương nhiên là cái ví điện tử của mình cũng sẽ mất thôi. Thì có nghĩa và nếu mà cái ví đó giữ rất nhiều tiền của mình, đồng nghĩa việc mình bị mất tiền. Trên máy tính của mình cũng tương tự, malware, phishing, tất cả mọi thứ đều có thể xảy ra trên máy tính, trên điện thoại của mình. Và kể cả nếu mà mình dùng hardware token, chẳng hạn như là nano ledger hay là gì đó, thì mình cũng không có gì đảm bảo là cái mình mua là nó an toàn. Chẳng hạn mình mua ngoài tiệm thì mình đâu có chắc là nó đến trực tiếp từ nhà cung cấp đâu. Tại vì chẳng hạn như kể cả nano ledger hay một số cái là đã từng xảy ra cái chuyện là khi mình mua về sau đó mình bị mất tiền, lý do là người ta mua về mà người ta thay đổi cái hàm cái seed để người ta có thể đoán được là cái ví, cái key á, mà sẽ sinh ra là như thế nào, và khi mà mình mua về mình dùng nó, mình lưu trữ tài sản và họ có thể tính ra được cái private key để họ lấy tiền của mình. Do mình mua cái hardware token đó từ những cái nguồn không có nguồn gốc. Rồi, multi-sig wallet thì thực ra là nếu mà tất cả mọi người ở đây làm business hay là có giữ một số tiền tương đối lớn thì có khả năng rất là cao sẽ dùng là cái ví mà nhiều chữ ký. Tại vì cái ví mà đa chữ ký thì nó có một cái giá trị là gì? Là khi đó là mình sẽ cần nhiều hơn một cái chữ ký để mình có thể thực hiện giao dịch. Và bởi vì như vậy á, nó sẽ an toàn hơn, tức là mình có thể cho phép là một cái business có 2-3 vai trò khác nhau, chẳng hạn là một anh là giữ tiền, một anh là đóng vai trò thủ quỹ, đóng vai trò kế toán, đóng vai trò phê duyệt giao dịch, và có những cái logic phức tạp hơn trong chuyện đó. Chẳng hạn mình có thể giới hạn số lượng giao dịch, có thể làm whitelist những cái địa chỉ mà mình sẽ gửi tiền tới. Nó gần tương tự như chuyện là mình có thể làm các cái việc mà kiểm soát rủi ro giống như là các tài khoản ở ngân hàng. Rồi, nhưng mà ở cái hình đó mọi người sẽ thấy á, đối với trường hợp mà classic wallet thì mình chỉ cần một private key, và khi mình thực hiện giao dịch thì cái private key đó mình sẽ dùng để ký cái giao dịch đó, và giao dịch đó, cái chữ ký đó sẽ được, và giao dịch đó cùng chữ ký sẽ được đưa lên trên on-chain để thực hiện cái giao dịch đó. Đối với trường hợp multi-sig thì thông thường là cái logic của cái việc multi-sig đó thì phải được thực hiện chẳng hạn như là trên một cái smart contract. Mình sẽ có những cái multi-sig smart contract mà mình sẽ có những cái logic khác nhau. Mình cần 2-3 chữ ký, mình có những cái rule khác nhau cho chuyện là chuyển tiền như thế nào đó. Thì nó phải nằm ở trên các cái phần đó. Và khi mà mình thực hiện giao dịch mình sẽ cần nhiều hơn một chữ ký. Tức là sẽ có những cái người mà cầm các chữ ký khác nhau để ký lên giao dịch đó. Khi đủ số lượng như quy định thì lúc đó thì cái giao dịch đó mới được thực hiện. Trường hợp của MPC, giống như hồi nãy mình có nói á, đối với trường hợp MPC thật ra nó cũng chỉ là một cái private key thôi. Nó tương tự như trường hợp bên Classic Wallet, tức là thực ra là nó chỉ là một private key, nhưng mà cái cách tiếp cận là cái private key đó thật ra là không ai giữ được cái private key đó cả. Mà thật ra cái private key đó nó được chia thành rất là nhiều phần khác nhau, và các phần khác nhau mỗi cái hệ thống hoặc là mỗi cái thiết bị họ sẽ giữ một cái phần của cái private key đó, và cái phần đó nó sẽ được tính toán độc lập. Có nghĩa là khi mình cần ký một cái giao dịch ở trên thì từng cái thành phần đó họ có thể thực hiện chuyện tính toán ra cái phần mà họ giữ đó, và sau đó khi đủ số lượng chẳng hạn như M trên N thì nó sẽ sinh ra được một cái chữ ký hợp lệ để có thể thực hiện giao dịch đó. Rồi, thì thực ra là cái MPC Wallet là một trong những cái ứng dụng sử dụng của công nghệ MPC được sử dụng gần như là phổ biến nhất. Thì tất cả những cái mọi người ở đây á, mình sẽ thấy là Coinbase, Fireblock, Binance, Copper, BitGo, rất là nhiều các cái vendor khác nhau. Có những cái đó, có những vendor là wallet cho consumer, có những vendor là wallet cho custody access cho các cái business hay là các cái tổ chức tài chính. Thì đây là một cái xu hướng rất là phổ biến, và hầu như là bây giờ là rất là nhiều dự án sẽ chuyển sang đi theo các xu hướng mà dùng MPC. Bên cạnh đó thì có một số vendor ở đây á, thì họ cũng sẽ kết hợp với một vài cái giải pháp về phần cứng hoặc phần mềm, chẳng hạn như là sử dụng là SGX, HSM hay là Trusted TE hay là một số cái giải pháp khác nhau để bảo vệ các cái thành phần mà trọng yếu của cái MPC node. Và khi mình dùng MPC thì mình sẽ không bị cái gọi là một cái single point failure, và nó cho phép mình á, là đảm bảo cái tính an toàn hoặc là cái tính mà có thể recover được nó tốt hơn rất là nhiều so với cái việc là chỉ dựa vào một cái private key. Okay. Thì các cái giải pháp liên quan đến MPC Wallet hay là các cái custody access solution bây giờ á, thì đa số họ ngoài bên, bởi vì là cái phần tính toán liên quan đến chữ ký đó của MPC đó nó nằm ở off-chain. Họ có thể đưa vào rất là nhiều các cái logic hoặc là cái phần kiểm soát khác nhau. Chẳng hạn như là họ có những cái workflow rất là complex. Họ có thể có những cái chiến lược cho chuyện là quản trị rủi ro cho một cái giao dịch. Chẳng hạn như họ có thể kiểm tra được là mình có thể đặt các cái logic khác nhau, chuyện là giao dịch gửi cho ai, số tiền bao nhiêu, giới hạn daily limit là như thế nào, giao dịch nào là bất thường thì phải ngăn chặn lại, hay là cái giao dịch đó có gửi đến một cái ví mà nằm ở trong cái danh sách rửa tiền hay là hack hay là gì đó hay không. Thì tất cả những cái tính năng về kiểm soát và quản trị rủi ro đó hoàn toàn có thể thực hiện ở trong cái off-chain, tức là không phải on-chain, mà do MPC có thể cho phép mình làm được chuyện đó. Bên cạnh đó thì bởi vì nó là off-chain cho nên là các cái phần liên quan đến chi phí gas hay là các cái liên quan đến chuyện privacy, các cái logic cho chuyện tính toán ở privacy thì do nó nằm ở off-chain cho nên là nó sẽ tăng cái đảm bảo hơn về chuyện là cái riêng tư của các cái dữ liệu mà dùng để tính toán đó. Ok. Cái MPC á, thực ra là nó dựa trên một số khi mà mình dùng MPC thì mình nghĩ là gì? Tức là thứ nhất á, là nó an toàn ở cái điểm là gì? Là khi mà mình nói là M trên N thì đồng nghĩa nghĩa là gì? Là mình sẽ muốn đảm bảo là adversary, là những cái người mà malicious, những người mà có ý đồ mà không tốt á, thì họ không thể nào mà break được cái protocol đó nếu mà họ không control đủ cái số lượng mà mình đã được set cái threshold ban đầu, cái ngưỡng ban đầu. Bên cạnh đó thì nó sẽ đảm bảo là những cái khi mà mình compute và mình tính toán ra cái chữ ký cuối cùng chẳng hạn á, thì mình vẫn sẽ đảm bảo là cái thông tin private ban đầu chẳng hạn như private key là được giữ an toàn. Tuy nhiên á, cái MPC là một cái MPC thì không mới, giống như hồi nãy mình có chia sẻ là nó bắt đầu từ hơn 40 năm. Nhưng mà các cái MPC framework hay là một số cái cách mà sử dụng MPC trong chữ ký ngưỡng hay một số thứ thì nó thực ra nó là tương đối là mới và không có tiêu chuẩn, không có một cái tiêu chuẩn rất là rõ ràng. Mỗi cái vendor mà hồi nãy mình có nhắc ở trên đó là mỗi cái hãng, mỗi cái nhà ấy họ thực hiện implement cái MPC khác nhau. Và thậm chí có một vài paper khác nhau và mỗi paper đó lại đi theo hướng tiếp cận khác nhau luôn. Và bởi vì là thực ra là những cái giải thuật, những cái protocol như kiểu MPC hay cả là thật ra tất cả những cái mình nói ở đây thì nó sẽ áp dụng gần tương tự như là Zero Knowledge Proof. Bởi vì là thật ra là nó rất là tương đồng ở chuyện là gì? Là nó rất là phức tạp. Nó cũng không dễ để có thể thực hiện cho nó đúng. Và bởi vì như vậy là thông thường chỉ là một cái lỗi rất nhỏ có thể khiến cho là toàn bộ cái giao thức đó không còn an toàn nữa. Thì ở đây là một cái research mà thuộc đội bên mình là Virgin có làm từ khoảng từ khoảng quý 4 năm ngoái cho đến bây giờ, là liên quan đến chuyện là tìm hiểu và survey rất là nhiều các cái hiện thực về MPC khác nhau của các cái ví và các cái giải pháp khác nhau trên thị trường. Thì cái paper này thì dự kiến là bọn mình sẽ public chi tiết vào tháng 8 ở một cái hội thảo ở Mỹ. Thì cái paper này chẳng hạn thì là một cái ví dụ cho thấy là hầu hết những cái implementation của MPC ở trên thị trường đều là không ít thì nhiều là có vấn đề. Ở đây thì tại vì mình chưa có công bố chi tiết được thì chắc là một thời gian tới thì mình sẽ công bố, nhưng mà mình sẽ thấy được là rất nhiều các cái vendor rất là lớn ở trên thị trường là họ đều bị tấn công ở một trong những cái dạng tấn công khác nhau mà bọn mình làm được. Thì cái dạng tấn công này nó làm được chuyện gì? Cái dạng tấn công này làm được một cái chuyện đó, giống như hồi nãy mình nói khi mà mình tách cái key ra thành nhiều phần khác nhau thì mình giả sử là nếu mà có một một cái node đó, một cái thiết bị, một cái node đó mà họ không trung thực thì họ cũng không thể nào mà lấy lại được cái private key của mình. Tức là về cơ bản đó là MPC protocol, cái scheme của nó là nó phải hiểu cái scheme đó là phải đảm bảo cái chuyện đó là private key không thể được phục hồi. Tuy nhiên đó, là cái attack của bên Virgin thực hiện đó, thì cho phép đó, là một cái node bất kỳ malicious có thể recover lại toàn bộ full cái private key của cái ví, từ đó là có thể là lấy tiền hay là làm tất cả mọi thứ được. Thì như hồi nãy mình có chia sẻ, cái paper chi tiết thì sẽ được công bố ở hội thảo Black Hat ở Las Vegas vào tháng 8 này. Cái rút ra ở cái chuyện này là gì? Rút ra ở chuyện này á, là thực ra là một cái giao thức mới, MPC hay ZK cũng tương tự như vậy, là một cái giao thức rất là mới, rất là phức tạp. Và bởi vì cái tính ứng dụng của nó, tại vì thực ra là mình có thể nhìn thấy được là MPC, chút nữa slide sau mình sẽ nói, nó có thể có ứng dụng vào rất nhiều, hoặc là MPC và ZK có thể ứng dụng vào rất là nhiều các cái ứng dụng khác nhau, mà đặc biệt là giúp cho là tăng cái tính tương thích giữa các cái chain, multi-chain, giữa các chain với nhau, hay là tăng cái độ hiệu quả. Bởi vì như vậy á, cho nên mình thấy là rất nhiều các cái dự án Web 3 là bắt đầu chuyển dịch sang là sử dụng MPC, sử dụng ZK cho rất là nhiều các cái thứ khác nhau. Tuy nhiên á, là mình có phải rút ra ở cái chuyện này, mình sẽ thấy được là thực tế á, là để hiện thực một cái MPC product an toàn là rất khó. Tương tự cho các cái product sử dụng là Zero Knowledge Proof cũng tương tự như vậy. Thì thực tế là bên Virgin cũng làm survey và tấn công và để kiểm tra cái tính an toàn của rất nhiều các cái implementation khác nhau của Zero Knowledge Proof, và thực tế là trong thời gian sắp tới cũng sẽ có rất là nhiều các cái release về các cái lỗi mà tìm thấy được ở trong các cái hiện thực về ZK khác nhau. Thì ở đây sẽ cho thấy được là cái do cái độ phức tạp và nó chưa có chuẩn, cũng như nó còn tương đối mới, thì nó sẽ dẫn đến là có khả năng rất là cao đó, nó sẽ bị lỗi. Và vấn đề nằm ở chỗ là những cái lỗi này có thể rất nhỏ nhưng mà nó dẫn đến là hậu quả vô cùng lớn. Và có một điểm nữa là thực ra là kể cả là được audit rất là nhiều, chẳng hạn như là các cái sản phẩm về MPC được audit bởi rất là nhiều là các cái đơn vị khác nhau, và đặc biệt là các cái sản phẩm lớn. Tuy nhiên á, là thực ra là điều đó cũng chưa đủ, tại vì đây là một cái field tương đối là mới, và nó có mình sẽ expect là nó sẽ càng ngày càng nhiều các cái attack. Ok. Nhưng mà quay lại á, thì thực ra là bản thân MPC á, nó mang lại được rất là nhiều cái lợi ích. Thứ nhất á, là mình sẽ thấy được á, là MPC nó là không có phụ thuộc vào cái giao thức hay là cái chain. Bởi vì như vậy á, nó cho phép là mình có thể làm tương đối nhiều các thứ khác nhau ở cross chain được. Chẳng hạn như mình thấy là có một cái trend tương đối lớn là các cái protocol, chẳng hạn như là multi-chain hay là thôi chain, họ làm là cái chuyện là để bridge giữa các cái blockchain khác nhau cho chuyện giao dịch. Hay là về vấn đề privacy chẳng hạn, thì MPC như hồi nãy là bản thân cái giao thức nó cho phép chuyện là có thể có rất nhiều các cái complex, các cái logic complex hay là những cái dữ liệu khác nhau có thể được tính toán ở off-chain. Từ đó thì thực ra nó sẽ giảm các cái vấn đề liên quan đến chuyện là tăng cái đảm bảo cái chuyện về privacy hơn. Mình chia sẻ luôn là tất cả những gì mình nói ở cái phần MPC này nó gần như là tương đương với tất cả những cái liên quan đến ZK, có nghĩa là tất cả những điều này có thể áp dụng tương tự đối với các cái hiện thực mà dùng Zero Knowledge Proof. Scalability cũng tương tự như vậy, tức là khi mà mình đẩy một số thứ tính toán phức tạp xuống off-chain thì chắc chắn là mình sẽ giúp cho cái chuyện là tăng cái khả năng scale, tăng cái tính hiệu quả, giảm cái chi phí về gas, giảm các cái từ đó thì nó cho phép là có thể là mình có rất là nhiều các cái hướng innovate khác nhau cho các cái layer 2 scaling solution. khi sử dụng NPC và GK. Cho nên là chắc chắn là mình sẽ thấy là bây giờ đó là trend, và chắc chắn là trong một vài năm tới thì nó cũng sẽ tiếp tục là cái trend cho chuyện là các cái sản phẩm hay các cái ấy người ta sẽ tiếp tục adopt sử dụng NPC, GK vào trong cái innovation. Tuy nhiên là mình cũng sẽ nhìn thấy được là chính vì như vậy là mọi người đều sử dụng, và cái công nghệ nó chưa hoàn toàn là chuẩn hóa và chưa hoàn toàn là chín thì đồng nghĩa với việc là chắc chắn nó sẽ còn nhiều cái vấn đề về security mình thấy trong thời gian sắp tới. Các cái DeFi application hay là những cái decentralized chain hay là những cái platform khác nhau thì chắc chắn là họ cũng sẽ dần dần áp dụng các cái NPC GK vào trong chuyện là đảm bảo về security, đảm bảo về privacy, cũng như là tăng cái user experience. Chẳng hạn là cho phép những cái in-app transaction mà không cần phải interact với người dùng thông qua, chẳng hạn như là các cái ví thông thường mình sẽ phải ký cái giao dịch đó chẳng hạn. Nhưng với NPC mình có thể thực hiện những cái logic khác nhau mà không nhất thiết phải là có cái key để ký. Và đồng thời là thực ra NPC nó cũng không chỉ giới hạn ở blockchain, NPC có thể dần dần cũng sẽ là bắt đầu được ứng dụng vào traditional enterprise. Nó có một cái xu hướng tương đối là mới, sử dụng NPC cho chuyện là data privacy cho cái phần mà training về machine learning AI model, hay là các cái use case chẳng hạn tokenization hay này nọ, thì mình nghĩ là các cái tổ chức tài chính hay là ngân hàng họ cũng dùng tương đối, chẳng hạn như là họ thông qua các cái custody solution như kiểu Fireblock chẳng hạn để họ phát hành trái phiếu hay là một số cái tài sản mà tokenize một số cái tài sản. Thì ở đây có một cái điểm là mình nghĩ là đặc biệt lưu ý là đối với các cái, bởi vì mình biết cái xu hướng như vậy cho nên là các cái trong vòng thời gian sắp tới, ở đây mình cũng nghĩ là có rất là nhiều các cái dự án khác nhau mình sử dụng NPC hoặc là mình sử dụng GK để mình phát triển thêm các cái tính năng, tăng cái tính hữu dụng hay là tăng cái khả năng scale của giải pháp. Tuy nhiên là chắc chắn một điều là các cái giải pháp này chắc chắn nó sẽ càng ngày càng challenge trong chuyện là làm sao để cho nó an toàn hơn, làm sao để giảm cái thiệt hại. Bởi vì chẳng hạn như là các cái ví liên quan đến cái ví hay là những cái private key nếu mà bị mất chẳng hạn như là có những cái chain thì nếu mà họ dùng ở đây, trong trường hợp ở đây mình có một cái ví dụ chẳng hạn như là thôi chain thì họ, hay là multi chain thì họ dùng NPC để họ secure tất cả các tài sản họ lưu trữ trên cái chain của họ. Tuy nhiên một cái attack chẳng hạn như attack bên mình công bố thì hoàn toàn có thể lấy toàn bộ các cái tài sản mà nằm trên cái chain đó. Thì thực ra là mình các cái phần mà chi tiết công bố các cái phần tấn công đó cũng như là các cái video demo thì mình sẽ công bố ở trong cái hội thảo ở tháng 8. Rồi, cảm ơn tất cả mọi người.
Hello. Xin cảm ơn phần trình bày của anh Thanh Nguyễn và xin mời Miss Sam Hoàng, CEO của Caris Venture lên sân khấu để trao hoa cho diễn giả của chúng ta. Vâng, xin cảm ơn diễn giả Thanh. Thưa quý vị, mặc dù là một ngành tài chính không biên giới, nhưng mỗi thị trường lại đều có sở thích và nhu cầu riêng khi sử dụng các sản phẩm và hệ sinh thái ở Web 3. Đặc biệt tại thị trường Đông Nam Á, nơi có mức độ chấp nhận tiền điện tử khá cao, việc xây dựng một cộng đồng người dùng trung thành luôn là một nỗ lực đầy thách thức. Và đại diện của các dự án nền tảng lớn tại Việt Nam, các diễn giả sẽ chia sẻ chiến lược xây dựng và thấu hiểu cộng đồng, đồng thời hỗ trợ các dự án mới nổi tìm được chỗ đứng trong hệ sinh thái. Và thông qua phiên thảo luận ngày hôm nay với chủ đề Web3 Southeast Asia Market Entry Strategy, Lý Tiên xin được mời lên sân khấu các vị diễn giả của chúng ta. please welcome to the stage Mr. Kai Yong Kan, Startup BD Manager at AWS. Mr. Kevin An, Developer Community Lead at Polygon APAC. Mr. Kim Hoàng, Ecosystem Lead at Aptos. Mr. Kevin Tung Nguyen, CEO and founder at JobHopping. And our beautiful moderator, Miss Queen, founder of Sushi Blockchain Hub and ETH Vietnam. Xin trân trọng kính mời các diễn giả và chủ tọa lên sân khấu để có thể mang đến những chia sẻ hấp dẫn cho toàn thể quý vị của chúng ta ngày hôm nay.
Thank you, Tiên. Hi, everyone. I hope that after the long day joining the GM Vietnam, you had a lot of information already. And welcome to our last panel. I hope that you're not too tired now. But I believe that this panel is also very interesting because we have also the special guests sharing their own experience from their organization protocol about their experience in Southeast Asia, which is one of the hype region in Web3 right now compared to other regions over the world. So first of all, my name is Queen. I'm the moderator of this panel today. And the panel today we discuss about the Web3 Southeast Asia market entry strategy. And please welcome our distinguished guests, also our dear friends. Maybe everyone, please introduce about yourself and also your organization, please, first.
Okay, I go first then. Hello, everyone. My name is Kevin, also known as Kian. I'm based in the US right now, but I was born and grew up in Vietnam. Super excited to be here. I'm here representing Aptos Labs, a new layer 1 blockchain that launched last year. And super excited to talk more about how we can help Vietnam and also the Southeast Asia market really grow and embrace adoption in blockchain.
Hi everyone, my name is Kai. I'm from AWS. I'm based in Saigon, originally Malaysian. My mandate here is really to drive adoption and build market for AWS startups in Vietnam. And that includes Web3, which is a big part of it. And we're really excited to be here today to share about our view, and we'd love to meet and connect with builders to really support you to continue to build in this interesting market.
Hey everyone, I'm Kevin. I lead the developer community team for Polygon Labs. So Polygon wants to be the value layer of the internet. And what that means is that I believe some of you are very familiar with Polygon POS chain being one of the most popular chains in the world, housing thousands and thousands of decentralized apps, empowering builders build amazing, world-changing startups. And that's what we want to do here today, to talk to builders and really figure out how we can help, from Polygon's point of view, how we can help the builders, how we can help builders in Southeast Asia and beyond. Looking forward to connect. Yeah.
Wow. The very last panel, look at you guys, must be really interested in what we're about to share. So we promise to only share cool stuff. I'm just another Kevin Nguyen, CEO and founder of JobHopping. We are Series B, providing AI solutions, solving recruitment and education problems for enterprise, hiring in Vietnam for the last 7 years. Besides JobHopping and EkiHubs, I'm also work at Vin University at the industry chair, where we have 13 campus, K-12, 45,000 plus students and 9,000 college students in Vietnam. Very excited to welcome a lot of international friends that we have been through a lot of winters time together, and here to Vietnam's. Really excited to talk to everyone and catch up with everyone more, especially tonight and tomorrow night. Very happy to be here. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you everyone. So let's start for our panel. So since we just have 15 minutes, so I would like to break it down into 3 main parts for the panel. So the first one is please sharing about the landscape, the demography of the Southeast Asia area right now in Web3, the situation. So all the other protocol overseas, they can understand about the landscape here, how hype it is, right? And the second part that we would like to go through your own experience from your own protocol or foundation, who enter the market, and also what is your best practice, challenges, or how you see that opportunities here. And the last part is the trend of the region, Web3 trend in the future, right? So firstly, I would like to share like why we have this panel, because I do believe that, you know, for the last years, I traveled in many different conferences like over the world. And at that time, you know, people just heard about Southeast Asia, about GameFi, you know, about like crypto adoption. They know that it's very high, but they don't even know about the talent, about developers or builders, and also the good project here. Even that, like, not only in Southeast Asia, right, but also like we see that Vietnam also, like we have 16 million crypto users. We have like 900,000 developers. We have like also a very good project like RC Infinity, Kyber, Coin 98, and Asia. So what do you think about Southeast Asia market, especially in Web3 here, about the landscape, demography, and why your protocol enter this region?
So which Kevin wants to go first? I can go first too, yeah. Just a full panel of Kevins. But this is a really good question. We've been looking at so Aptos Labs has been looking at the Southeast Asia and also the East Asia region for a long time. We have many partners in South Korea, in Japan, and in Vietnam, working on many games and protocols on the blockchain. So I want to talk about two things that really make the East Asia region really stand out. One is the users here. We have many users in the blockchain in Vietnam and in other countries as well. Always number one in terms of adoption on any of blockchains. I think this is partially due to how quickly new technologies is adopted in Vietnam. We can look at digital payment and other similar technologies that really became everywhere, very common in just 2 or 3 years. And this is also the case for blockchain, where just over a year or two, like just everyone across all the countries is aware of blockchain. Everyone is very comfortable with using it. Secondly, it's also the talented builders that can be found here as well. Young people in Vietnam, in Singapore, in Japan, and South Korea are always eager to learn new technologies. They can really pick up new technologies quickly and be able to become very talented builders and be able to build all of these applications on blockchain very quickly. Therefore, we really want to make sure that we provide the right support, not just for the users, but also for the builders, so that they can come and build the next generation applications, not just for the users in the country, but also for other countries in the world as well.
So maybe I won't be the non-Kevin person to talk about this. I will probably talk about it from a very different perspective by trying to put myself in the shoes of a builder who really want to tackle this market. And I think there are, you know, 3 things that I want to talk about. Like, one is really, you know, how you kind of look at Southeast Asia, and then second is really like from a consumer perspective, what should you be doing, what should you be looking at from a builder perspective, you know, what is interesting right now. And I think for all of you here, you know, if you have been to Southeast Asia or you're in Southeast Asia, or, you know, or probably if you are outsiders to Southeast Asia, I think it's very important to know that Southeast Asia is not one country. It's 10 countries, close to 700 million population. Each country has its own culture, has its own way of doing things, has its own different languages. And, you know, to penetrate each country is, you know, to penetrate Southeast Asia is basically trying to tackle all these different countries. Right, and obviously, you know, there are 4 or 5 countries that are quite central to crypto growth, and they're all in the top 20 crypto adoption market globally, like, you know, Vietnam, Philippines, Thailand. So I think it's very important to recognize that when you are looking at Southeast Asia as a market, right? And going into, like, you know, consumers kind of perspective, right? So if you think about Southeast Asia, right, with the exception of Singapore, every other country is still in emerging. Is still considered as an emerging market. And the main characteristic of an emerging market is that most of these population are still in low to middle income, right? So the immediate need for a lot of these consumers right now are really about having high yield, you know, having access to alternative investment to actually improve their life, improve their standard of living, right? And maybe there are a subsegment of middle to high kind of class, right? Maybe someone like, you know, working professionals, right? They have really poor experience with financial services in most part of the world here, right? And that's where they would really care about ownerships and flexibility of, assets in the crypto world. And last but not least, I think there's also that emerging culture, which is more relevant to Gen Z, where they think that crypto is cool. They want to hang out with cool people and a lot of fun. NFTs. Really building their identity in this world. And because the population here in Southeast Asia is very young, right? So that's why from a consumer perspective, I think these are some of the key things that you should look at. And from an institutional perspective, we are doing B2B. I think it's very important to recognize that, sadly to say, right, I think a lot of companies are still not looking at blockchain from the, the real use cases and benefits perspective, but the good thing is that, some companies right now, they are looking at Web3 as a potential go-to-market strategy where they want to tap into Web3 users, they want to tap into Web3 liquidity and, really the market side of things, and that's where, I think there are opportunities here for builders in this part of the world to leverage.
Yeah, I think that like Kai and Kian share a lot of information already.
Yeah, exactly. I think our friends here have shared how bullish we are in a lot of Southeast Asia and why. I just want to tap into, add a little bit onto that why Polygon is here and all. So when we see, Polygon has always been super builders obsessed. Polygon was a good story, our founders come from humble beginnings. We understand how hard it is to build. And when we see a market like Southeast Asia, we see super talented folks, some of them are from lower income folks. But we see that, and we see that hunger, but we see that talent, and we just want to help. And that's why we're looking into investing heavily, being there for them, helping them, listening, connecting, learning, because we cannot just come here and assume, hey, you guys need this, check this. No, it doesn't work that way, right? Southeast Asia is 10 countries. Every single country has a different regulation. Every single country have different cultures, languages, different things they worry about, different things they're good at, different things they need. And that's why for us, we look at it that it's all about the people. And that's why when we come here, we connect, we understand, we listen, and that's why when we're here, strongly urge you to talk to us. And once we figure out what you need, we want to empower you to succeed, because Polygon is that story too. The founders came from humble beginnings from India, and nobody thought this is possible, right? But right now it's a multi-billion-dollar chain with thousands and thousands and dApps with billions of transactions in total until today. So that's why we are here. And I just tap into that, just add on to that, because they've made some amazing points. I have nothing to add.
Yes, thank you, Kevin. So, sorry, Kevin from Job Pocket, another Kevin.
Listening to this guy, right? I now I get it. I get why, we have muscular Jack's Kevin Aptos here, right? And the handsome Kevin from Polygon, and here the fat Kevins will share the perspective of the talents. Right.
But, sorry, just want to add one thing. Among the talent point, right? Do you want to share with the audience, what is the key thing that maybe the overseas friends haven't known or misunderstand about the Southeast Asia market?
100 million population, but only 4 unicorn. You see the opportunity and the challenge that we need to overcome to breed the next dozen of unicorn came out of Vietnam's. Cannot do it alone, and we have to do it the tier 1, the best people, ecosystem builder through all the winners of bull or bear markets. And we're so glad to have amazing fans from Aptos, Amazon, and Polygon is here with us, right? And I believe that we are not only selling the best opportunity of Vietnam here, but the next unicorn will have to be built by not only the best talents, but I believe that local Vietnamese talent are still really eager and hunger to learn even through the last few winter, right? So the challenge is also how we can create a lot of very safe but convenient platform for our builder to engage with the world-class top-tier like L1 Foundation like this here. We got the opportunity to work very early with Solana Foundation, for example, and we've seen that they approach very prudent with first few code camp that we got to organize with them with over 90 universities across Vietnam, and Vin University are very proud to be one of them. We've seen that the numbers of interest in terms of not only just engineering students, but also product design and business students in college and even in high school, they really get it, right? And not only they see that, okay, in the future, my Robux account in my Roblox games will actually be converted, right, to give me financial freedom, but also I get to really build my future career on this amazing infrastructure and right here in this beautiful country.
Yeah, so we talk a lot about, you know, the hype, the market already, right? Like we have the good talent, we have the young population, like the people in the Southeast Asia, like hunger for success, and they also like hustling and want to do their own startup, right? Startup mindset, right? So is there any like main challenges or barrier or even like culture shock for, you know, your protocol or foundation when you work like compared to other region or other market? When you come and enter to this market, what is the most challenging for your team?
I think it's, well, it's a challenge, but it's a very fun challenge, is that it takes a lot more time to understand needs. Like one of the key things is that because you're speaking to 10, 20 different subsegments of personas, different audiences, they speak different languages, different culture, and the way you can add value and should add value is a little bit different. So it requires a tailored approach rather than just plug and play. It's a sort of a challenge, but we just got to execute with empathy on that. It's something to note because it's not like, let's set a global program and just plug it in. Right? Even with a global program, you have to have different distribution channels. So for example, recently did a DevX global tour across APAC. We talked to thousands and thousands of developers across 9 different cities in APAC. And we learned a lot from there. And that's what we learned. We put into action in the second half of the year, how we tailor things to make sure it's more efficient and more effective.
I think that you actually raise a very important aspect because for us, like the biggest challenge is still timing, right? Because try to time the market never works out, but timing the market is all that matter, right? We've been here, we see each other for the last few years, right? And we just keep building. And really excited to see like young students in college, they got to learn how to programs and build amazing products on app stores, on Polygons, host on Amazons, not because they wouldn't to make money right away, right? But financial reward comes second. But the aspect of using this future of technology of blockchain really would help them stay in the market and keep building without worry that their future career might disappear, just like how the Bitcoin market crashed or pumps, right?
Maybe I'll add on to that, and I will give 2 perspectives. One perspective is probably more for projects that want to go into Southeast Asia and what are the challenges, and then Web3 projects in Southeast Asia that want to kind of go global. So I think for projects or companies that want to tap into Web3 ecosystem in Southeast Asia, I think it's the same as doing any business. The most important thing is still people, because the localization is super important, and there's no way you can do that without having the right people. So it really depends on the strategy, right? So if you are still very new to the market, you want to understand the market, build the right partnerships, with the right community, and from there started learning the culture and the intricacies of each market, and then from there, if you are very firm about this is the right market for you, and then start hiring a country leader, right, who can actually help put things together, who can actually help you hire and build the foundation of the team. I think that's very, very important if you are looking at entering Southeast Asia, and obviously each market has its own differentiations and focus when it comes to their Web3 preference. Like for example, Singapore is probably more financial. You have Thailand and Indonesia, where they probably have a lot of traders, and Vietnam is a builder's market, and Philippines is a consumer market, right? So I think these are some of the things that you have to really understand and start building the team and focus from there. And then for projects that want to go global, I think there's a few things that you really need to focus on. One is really leverage the strength of Southeast Asia, right? So I think even within Southeast Asia, there's a lot of collaboration that could be done, right? For example, Vietnam builders market, Thailand, Indonesia, maybe creative marketing, Philippines, community development, helping you to go global, manage community on a global scale, right? So I think there's a lot of these local strengths that a project can actually tap into, and so that you are truly a Web3 project, right? And I think the other most important thing is to actually build a global decentralized culture, right? Because most of the team, I think they are still limited to the local strengths, and they find it very hard to go global because of how they structure their team in the very early days. And building a global decentralized team, where you can actually go to market in different markets easily, is actually very, very difficult if your team structure is not built to be global from day one.
Yeah, definitely. I think you definitely cover everything from people to money to also the local support as well. I don't have a lot of things to add, but definitely in terms of support, this is very important, especially for another country where it's not just about a language barrier, it's also about the communication barrier as well, because different cultures have different ways of communicating, even different areas, different professional areas have different ways of communicating as well. So I think one of the things I truly believe that will go both ways for the builders and the protocols is to be able to communicate with each other effectively. This doesn't just mean in the local language, but also in terms of how everyone works, in terms of the technical support that they might need. So this is something that I personally and also Aptos really want to focus on, which is to provide the best education, the best materials, and also the best local support for people to be able to overcome the communication barrier and receive the help, be it in terms of support, advice, or even capital needed to succeed despite the tough environment that we're in right now.
Thank you. I see that we have thumbs up. I'm not sure that the organizer let us talk more or the audience want to hear more. Please raise hands if you want to let us have some more time. Okay. So I think that we just have going to the last point of the panel. So I know that also all of your protocol and foundation organization really prioritize Southeast Asia is one of the key market. Can you share briefly, and maybe that's one of the advice from your personal, or also from your foundation point of view, what is a good strategy to enter this market? Do and don't.
Be very slow in choosing the right partner, but very fast to move on.
Very good point. But why need to choose the right partner, and how to define the right partners here?
Well, just follow the Kevins.
Follow the Kevins, yeah. But yeah, I think just be obsessed with the audience. If obsessed with the customers in the case, and then if for us, we're obsessed with the builders, and then be understanding them, what their needs, what's the best way to reach them, all these distribution channels. Just to keep it short, is just be obsessed with whoever you want to target. That's it.
I said quite a lot just now about this, but if we need a punchline, I think just be very patient with this market. It's growing very fast, but the results will come later.
Yeah, this is a very good point.
Yeah, I think for me, it just be tenacious and also lean on to the core team. One of the common misconceptions for people is that the core team is aloft and not ready to help. It cannot be more false than that. The core team is always there to help, be this for Polygon, for Aptos, and for all other blockchains as well. Everyone is always here to help, especially if you encounter challenges in building or just in dealing with just the tough environment we're in right now. So definitely lean on to the core team to help, and they will be there to help you through a lot of the challenges, and always ready to talk to you with you about any ideas.
Yeah. So for me, like, because like we build the ecosystem for Web3 and for the community here, and we also like trying to bring more protocol and foundation into Vietnam or Southeast Asia. So from our community side, we also really hope that like all of the protocol and foundation bring more global resources to support the local community, to support the local builders, because like we see that like many talents, but here like also like not so many projects can go global. Right, so we need more, all type of support, mentoring, education, all type of different activities, mentoring, office hour, extra, to really bring the project in Southeast Asia to the next level and can go to the world. So the last part of this panel today, and then after that we can wrap it up. So we really want to see your opinion about what is the future of the Web3 market in Southeast Asia. Is there any trend that you see that is going to be hyped here in this area, besides on like the last trend for the last year, like GameFi or DeFi or anything? So what do you think?
I think I say maybe gaming, and not just from GameFi. I'm talking about real gaming. Because there's a lot of interest and a lot of builders across Asia and a lot of gamers as well. And I think the next wave of applications that will be successful will be real games. Not just games that are simple, that you play to earn or you play to learn something on blockchain, but these are truly games that you are used to playing, that you're not even aware that the blockchain is there, but you can gain all the values from blockchain in terms of value and data flowing through the games, in terms of NFTs, or in terms of racing communities. So these games will be there, people will be addicted to them playing without knowing that they're powered by blockchains. That should be the future, I think.
Yeah, so just to echo what Kevin said, I think very, very happy for Southeast Asia. I think that it's no longer just about GameFi and the same kind of similar models that we've been seeing. This is what I've been telling a lot of people that I'm meeting this week and for the past few months as well. I think that Southeast Asia is getting more and more mature and professional, and the diversity of talents and projects is getting better and better, right? So if you see our booth, we at AWS booth, we are featuring 3 Vietnamese projects, and they're all doing different things, right? On-chain analytics, doing health, decentralized science, and one of them is doing L1 for loyalty points, and it's very, very different now. I think that the good thing is that this timing is really a good filter for a lot of really more professional and solid teams. So I'm very, very happy to see that kind of diversity, and I definitely think that the builders in Southeast Asia are gonna be more and more professional and really meet the international standards that we are seeing elsewhere as well.
Yeah, I think in the interest of time, they've mentioned some great points. Different, of course, the verticals that everybody is talking about, games, whatever, and also like when it matures, different like. But I think ultimately I would give a slightly different advice: is that be insanely passionate about the problem you're trying to solve, because building is hard. But we're here to help, so reach out.
I believe that education that focus in social fi will be a trend. Why? Because GameFi, DeFi is still going to be there. But for builder to truly get it in those fields, we need education. So that is the reason why our team has been focusing building a lot of play to learn to earn your products. For example, EKHub is one of them, where you can increase loyalty, engage better, and reward through builder who invest in their own knowledge to build better products in GameFi and DeFi.
Yeah. So for me, I see that like whatever trend it is in the future, I think that we need to keep building and keep focus on educate the market and also leverage the talent here in the region, so that like we can support all the project the builders that really can solve some problem existing and also like bring the project into global level scale. So we hope that, after this panel, you also have more information, also understand a bit more of strategy, enter the Southeast Asia market from different protocol here, from Aptos, AWS, Polygon, and also from talent recruitment, right? Job hop in. So thank you very much for listening to our last panel today. Hope you enjoy, and thank you all the speakers. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your sharing. Please step forward for a group photo. Vâng, thưa quý vị, vậy là chúng ta đã kết thúc ngày đầu tiên của chương trình GM Việt Nam Blockchain Week với những chủ đề thảo luận vô cùng hữu ích xoay quanh công nghệ blockchain. Xin chân thành cảm ơn sự hiện diện và quan tâm của tất cả quý vị trong chương trình ngày hôm nay. Xin chào và hẹn gặp lại quý vị vào ngày mai tại GM Việt Nam. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us today. We hope that you had a great time and we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.